these winds are coming in toward and going away right here. So this green toward 64 miles an hour in toward Omaha, and then immediately adjacent to it, what's the brightest red you can pick going away? 61. So basically 125 miles of rotational velocity right there. So that's the tornado seen by our live dual pole Super Doppler 7 radar right about on the Platte River and crossing into western Shelby County here. You see the correlation coefficient again. It still looks like this is this area where there's some debris in the air. Hopefully, it's just some dust. But again, the crazy thing here is that this is getting closer and closer to the National Weather Service's radar. But as you see, where they're located here, up here toward Valley, that if this cell moves right over the top of them, it'd be hard for them to see what's going on. It's the value that we have in having our own live radar here. This is our live look at it, and you can see a clean picture here from Utah down to just west of Wan and Memphis in through here. So this is the area where the air is rising, rain coming around on the back side of that. There's the velocity mode, and again, a pretty tight couplet away toward right along the Platte River there. Let's watch the sweep as it comes through. Again, the warning. Is that a new warning here, Luke? I think so.
It must be.
So maybe there's not a tornado right now, is what they're saying. Maybe that isn't confirmed on the ground at the moment. We had our views. I don't know what our sky cams look like now from Methodist Women's or Cobalt Credit Union or Embassy Suites La Vista, but we had great views of it, but hopefully it's lifted for the time being. There's Embassy Suites La Vista. This is where it was, I think. Doesn't appear as though it's there. How about the Methodist Women's Hospital? If you have that one, it's tough. You think it's right there, but it's a ways out. This is 72nd and Crown Point. Looking off to the west-southwest. This is Fort Street right there. So the tornado is actually right, if there is going to be one, right about here. But, fingers crossed, and hopefully it has lifted. But we, given what's happened, this has been holding together for, Luke, when did this storm start, do you think? This was down, Gage County, west of Gage County and into Jefferson County, right?
Yeah, it's been a while now. I think when I came in at about 12:45, it had just gotten going southwest of Gage County.
Right.
And so it's lasted a while.
Yep. So at any rate, this is the newest tornado warning. So this sort of, if you're in Springfield, if you're in Papillion, you're safe from this storm. The circulation center is right here, just on the Platte River, just about now near where Douglas, Sarpy, and Saunders all come together. Let's watch the sweep come through here, but that's the area. We got 20 minutes on this warning, and we'll see what happens here, but it has been cycling where occasionally the funnel will be back up in the cloud, and then it may re-strengthen. So here, pretty pronounced away, pretty strong toward, but not right next to each other there. Awesome. So we got some video here. We're going to show you the tornadoes when they moved through Waverly earlier on. So as I mentioned, this, if you were out along the interstate here, incredible view here. But there's the funnel, there's the tornado. Here's Waverly, and fingers crossed, but it looks like this stayed just north of Waverly and continues to track off to the northeast from there. Good view. This is the lowering, the cloud base, what we call the wall cloud, apparent thunderstorm. The whole thing is just sort of turning and spinning, and then right here is where the air is rising most vigorously and then really spinning as it goes up into that. And so there is the funnel that's through there. Why don't you go ahead and put the pictures up, and I'm going to get a drink of water here. Great. South from Ashland, this view that we've got here. Wow, southwest from Ashland. Boy, that was a close call. Straight west from Ashland. Wow, 56th Street in Lincoln. Look at that view that you have of the tornado with the swirling dust cloud there. All right.
And Bill, it looks like we've got multiple reports now of damage, most of them in Waverly.
Okay.
Some of them sound pretty significant. A couple building collapse, train derailments, some semi-trucks turned over.
Hate to hear that. I wonder, we were looking at that, hoping it was on the north side of Waverly here. Here is Waverly on the map, and we were showing debris right about here. In fact, I can just take it back in time. I think I might have to go back longer than 30 minutes, but if I go back and look at the correlation coefficient here, right there you go. So here's Waverly. This was the warning. This, I'm guessing, was where the tornado was at, just maybe north of the interstate. And it looks like there was some debris into here, and then this is it right here, and then some more right through here. So it's this stuff right here, this dark blue, and then more right there, just northwest of Greenwood, and then lifting up. So we'll have to see, that's right. The interstate looked like it was safe, but Highway 6, kind of more on the north side there, goes right into Waverly. Could have been an area where there was some damage, and of course the train track goes right through there along Highway 6 too. This is our latest look here. All right, so Alex and Ben are in Waverly. We've got a live look. Oh, they're going to go and see if they can find the damage that occurred there. So they're going to have to get off the interstate there, kind of go north into Waverly. Looks like just rain, water on the ground. Cars are sort of stopped through there. Okay. Current tornado warning still. There's live. Wow, look at this. Look at the hook right here. Zoom in on that. And we've got other cells starting to pop up here too. We're going to have to keep a pretty close watch on. There we go. Here is velocity. Right there, right here. And correlation coefficient. Here is National Weather Service's radar. It's tough. Here's the radar site there. You're getting pretty close, so it's hard to get really good view. The velocity there.
Yep, we just got a new warning, and this is a tornado warning for Madison, Nebraska, and Platte, Nebraska.
Okay.
1.5 inch sized hail, and it looks like ping pong sized hail, but it actually says law enforcement confirmed tornado.
Okay, it just popped in here, flashing right through here. So this is very northwest Platte County, and then southwest Madison County. Let's zoom into that. All right, Luke, you can drive that if you want to. You want to put that in velocity mode. That would have to be NWS velocity. It's a ways out here. Probably right there. So this is our area of rotation here, just to the south of Lindsay, tracking northward here. Want to animate that, and we'll see if we got right here. So when the purple flashes in there, the Weather Service has issued a confirmed tornado. That's what we have on this last scan right here. So if you are in Western Platte County, Columbus is down here. You're fine at the moment. Norfolk, you're going to have to watch this pretty closely because the couplet is here and it's tracking north-northeastward. Luke, if you zoom out here, folks will get a sense for where this is at in relation to Norfolk. So Norfolk is there. The cell is here. It could, maybe in 45 minutes or an hour, be closer to that. And still have a confirmed tornado here just east of David City. The warning, rather, that goes till 3:45.
Yes.
And then the metro here. So what happened was we had the confirmed tornado and the bigger purple box here. And then the Weather Service said, well, maybe it's lifted, but we have a new, smaller area where there's probably the tornado. And it's right here right now. So why don't you zoom in there, Luke, if you could. This is western Douglas County. Very good. Northwest of Gretna in this area here. And boy, I'll tell you, our camera at the Methodist Women's Hospital, which is right here, should be able to look just to the west-southwest and see the base of that. So if we can swing around that camera and look more to the west, and hopefully there isn't a tornado occurring right now. It doesn't look super impressive there Let's look at our radar. It still looks really hooked up right there, though. And the velocity scan, pretty good toward and away. I mean, the worry here is that the funnel lifts, but this threat isn't over. The storm is still spinning. We've got the Methis camera, I guess, to pop up. Great. Keep going a little farther. Okay, so this is where we're looking at the base right through here. So it doesn't appear that there's a tornado there, but this is the area of lift. So right here, still looks like there's a funnel there for sure. There we go. And man, all these areas, this is air rising, so those scud clouds are just showing you the rising air, but there is the funnel right here. All right. Definitely have good rotation going on there and got lift, and certainly have a funnel right here. And again, that is just on the Douglas and Sarpy County side of the Platte River here. Wow. All right, so again, you can tell there's this kind of motion going on. Same thing over here. It's a lot to ask for that this will somehow stay aloft as it moves across the whole of Douglas County here, but this is rain, and then this is the vertical motion, which you can see into the cloud right here. So air is rising and spinning as it goes up. Same thing there, and same thing here. Can we loosen that a tiny bit? All right, this is TD Ameritrade. There you go. Oh, right there. All right, so very pronounced funnel. All right, so moving northward here into southwest, confirmed tornado now. The Weather Service has got a new warning. Luke, how long does that go till?
This warning goes till, still says 3:45.
Okay, so they just updated the confirmed on it, but you can see it right here. And look at the radar, that really tightened up on our radar here. This is, man, I'm telling you, if you're in West Shores, this is just about on your doorstep here. It's a pretty big development out there, but look at it right here. Wow. All right, so, oh, look at this. Look at the whole motion that we have of spinning right through here. So we've got lift. I'm sure that's touching down in through here in spots. Let's switch over to, I think Methodist Women's might have a good view from this. Widen out a little bit. Kind of want to see that way here. All right, we got to look at the whole base then through here. Let's zoom in here and then sort of pan back this way. All right, go back the other way here. We want to pan that way. Hard to tell here. Let's pan a little bit more. Boy, you can see violent rotation here at the base of the cloud. Let's pan a little more. So this is looking just southwest from 192nd and West Dodge. And it's tough. All right. About as far, can we pan a little more back over this way? Keep going, keep going, keep going. Wow, look at that. Go back the other way a little bit. Right here, keep going. Right here. Oh, man. All right, loosen that up a tiny bit right here. Wow. Oh. And, ooh. Real quick, punch over to our radar and you'll see the couplet that we've got on our velocity here. Look at that. Wow. This is it right here. And if I zoom that in really tight, man, look at the couplet, Luke.
That's impressive.
That is just about West Center Road, Highway 275. When I mentioned West Shores, that is this area right here that I'm zoomed in on tight there. So it is just about there. Confirmed tornado. See it right here. You see the swirl. let's just loosen up a little bit. Wow. All right, still churning, swirling. There are a lot of developments out there. Look at that, the whole thing. All right, and don't punch it up yet, but if you look at the other cameras, what does the Charles Schwab camera look like? What does the camera at, look at the incredible motion we've got through here. Look at that. Again, this is 192nd in West Dodge, and we're looking off to the southwest. So this is, you can't see the ground, so it could just be a funnel, but I don't think so. Let me see what the correlation coefficient. It looks like we've got some debris showing up in that area. So I'm sure it's on the ground. Look at the funnel here. Tornado right there, swirling. Oh boy. All right, we still have oh, look at the couplet there, Luke. So violent rotation. You see the little funnels rotating around, one here, one there, another one right here, still spinning here. Look at that. Still just kind of hanging right in our view. The storm itself is moving slowly to the northeast. If you're in the Elkhorn area, this is headed towards you. If you're downtown Omaha, if you are South Omaha, you're going to be okay from this. Look at that. So this is what we call a multiple vortex tornado. These are the vortices that are all spinning around and occasionally touching down, producing damage, but the whole thing is part of a larger circulation that's occurring there. So I'm guessing this is our best view of the cameras here if the Charles Schwab doesn't look like that. It's a little higher up, but farther away, so it probably doesn't have that great view. Very unfortunate. Again, this is coming into a populated area out here where this storm is at. See right here. Live view from 192nd and West Dodge, and we're seeing a tornado in the Omaha Metro during the day. We'll have to widen that one out a little bit here for the first time in a while here, but again, right there. So this will give you a good view. That is West Dodge. Here's the tornado, and again, I believe this is very near the West Shores area. 204th Street, kind of right around Pacific, between Pacific and Dodge. This is it. This is the West Shores development here. This is the tornado on our dual pole super Doppler 7 radar, and then this is the correlation coefficient. That's damage that's occurring there. Unfortunate situation where it's a tornado in a populated area, but if I just go back a little bit here, you'll see how that blob, this is the debris right here, and this is 5 minutes ago, right here, has developed into what we have right now. So this is damage, debris in the air in a populated area here. So that is our what we call correlation coefficient. There's the live look. Again, it's right here right now. This is toward and this is away. This is right where if you're going west on West Dodge and you get out to where it splits off and you go down to, if you're going to go to Wahoo, you go this way, and if you go out to the northwest on 275, it's this way. That's that split. That's West Shores right there, and now it's moving into Elkhorn proper. Our camera at Methodist Women's still, there it is. Wow. So this is it. So there is the debris and the funnel and the tornado. There's a ridge right here where over the ridge is the Elkhorn River, so it drops off. So we can't see that at the moment, but obviously tornado right here coming through West Omaha, and still a super impressive look. So again, this is just about to cross Dodge. Really quick, if you can punch up our radar just for a second, or graphics. This is it right here. So it's crossing, and our camera is right about here, so it's looking there. So this is where the tornado's at. Go back to the view again. This is far west Omaha, went over the West Shores area, now crossing over Dodge, just west of Elkhorn here, but coming into Elkhorn, and there's a huge area where we've got this tornado showing up here. The base of the cloud looks like it's on the ground, and unfortunately, when there's this much stuff on the ground, that just tells you there's a lot of debris. Camera's shaking because it's sort of windy right there, but this is looking west, and the placement of that is just between where Highway 275 goes off to the north and 228th Street on the map, and here it is right here. Continuing to track up, this is going to hit West Elkhorn and Waterloo. Waterloo is going to be about on the edge of the pass, so here we go. This is moving pretty quick now. It's gone just north of West Dodge and 275, and now it's right in through here. Wonder what our camera, our tower cam looks like. Does that have a good view? Because we're huge cloud here, down to the ground here. Waterloo, boy, that is where 275 crosses Highway 6 there, and you see the wind blowing the camera here because it is strong. Oh.
Yeah, Bill, the National Weather Service has just said emergency tornado warning for that particular cell.
Unfortunate. Let's get back to the camera that we have, which is showing, wow. All right. So let's widen this out a little bit. So you're looking off to the west. We show this view sometimes. This is the hospital. Youngman Lake is right through here. And then the tornado is on the ground right through here. So just about near Waterloo, between Waterloo and Elkhorn, this thing is going to track right now. And again, I've got a huge blob of debris on the radar showing that same area here. If you're in Bennington, this is going to be pretty close to you. Obviously, kind of right between Waterloo and Elkhorn, though, is where this thing is on the ground and tracking here. This is a live view from our camera. Wow, look at that. Look at that. This is the view from Highway 275. This is looking southbound at Highway 6, and you can see the wind whipping on the camera here. Visibility really reduced here, and again, it's a little elevated right through there. This is just south of where their tornado is currently located. Raining very hard, rain wrapping around. Let's get back to the camera view. So this is it right here. That's the base. This is the wall cloud right here. The whole thing is turning, and look at the base of the cloud there. My goodness. Here you can see this stuff coming this way, and then on the other side, it's spinning around the other way. Wow, I hope everybody in that west part of the metro, here's Elkhorn, that is looking off to, I'm guessing, the north, south. Well, that's a bad spot, so that is kind of coming right in that direction. Incredible view. If you punch up our graphics dual pole real quick, you'll see the blob that we have of debris. Oh, look at this camera. Live view from the Methodist Women's Hospital. Look at that right there. It's just sucking up stuff. I mean, there's debris. You can see it out here. You know you've got houses in there. Look at it swirling right here. This is coming in now between 228th and Skyline Drive. This is the debris. So this is showing you where there's stuff in the air that's not rain or hail. And again, that's our live radar. So this probably is what we call a debris ball. So the hook is all the way around. There's rain kind of wrapped around that. And our camera is at 192nd and Dodge right there. Look at that. Wow. Let's just stay with this here. I mean, this is hitting Elkhorn, West Elkhorn, between Blondo and Maple right now, and between 204th Street and 228th Street. This is where the tornado is located right here. Awful. All right, so here we are looking down toward the base. If you widen that out, you know, one of the things we worry about sometimes is that the circulation will sort of get rained out and then a new one will develop here. So we're kind of watching the outside edge of this here as well. So a huge swath of damage, unfortunately, right over the west part of Omaha, kind of right between Waterloo, Elkhorn, went through West Shores. This is the blob of damage here right now. There's Elkhorn, which is, that the center, we'll say, is at Maple and 204th Street. Not exactly, but close enough. And there's Waterloo, and this is all debris. So looking at that, it's a fairly wide, nearly a mile wide swath of debris that's showing up on the radar. And then the velocity still showing you this incredible couplet. Very strong toward, very strong away, right at Maple and 204th Street right here. So our camera, 192nd and Dodge, is just, less than a mile from that. Look at this view.
And Bill, it looks like they expanded the warning box, and it now includes Douglas, Harrison, Pottawatomie, Saunders, and Washington County.
Gotcha, Luke. So that, just a bigger area, hoping that, it will somehow weaken. We got a new tornado warning down here? We do. Possible tornado Cass County into Sarpy County, another cell, kind of coming up from the southwest. This one right here, you see the hook right there. This is the confirmed tornado though, and we still have the debris ball. Look at that. That's still a blob of debris in the air. It doesn't mean the tornado's still on the ground, but there's still the debris right here. And that is right there by Elkhorn, Maple and Fort Street, just north of Maple, right over Fort Street, and that says County Road 80, pardon me, Highway 31 is about here, Fort to Ida Street. So that's debris. Let's get back onto the camera, which has been showing that so very well as it's moved across the metro. Still right here, huge swirling thunderstorm, rotating thunderstorm, a supercell thunderstorm producing the tornado that we know has occurred in the western part of Omaha, far west Omaha, and then tracking up between Elkhorn now and Bennington is going to be pretty close here if this thing cycles back and possibly produces another funnel. We can't really tell from this view. Do we have the camera at Crown Point? Is that not giving us a view here? 72nd and Crown, looking west out Fort Street, so that'll be the view. Hard to see here because this is Fort Street right here. If you just zoom out on that line, because that's where the radar is showing it's at, Fort Street, north of Fort and Ida. So right about here at the base of that cloud is where the circulation is showing up on the radar. Yeah, we don't want to pan. I just want to zoom in if I could. Easy for me to say, I realize here, but so we're trying to look. Yeah, it's hard to see within the view there, but that's the location, far northwest part of the Omaha Metro. Great view here. This is that camera at 192nd and West Dodge, and looking north, still looks really impressive on our radar. And I would say that the best velocity is right there at Ida Street and 204th Street. And then that's going to be coming up, if you're in that west part of Bennington, there's some huge developments out there. That's headed your way. I'm talking about these big lake developments out here, west of Bennington proper, 168th Street, but you get out here by 168th, 180th, 192nd. This is the storm right here. And this is what we call the couplet, away toward Omaha, right there at Ida and 204th Street, and it's been moving this way. So man, if you're just west of, kind of the downtown area of Bennington, that is headed right for you. And this is what we call reflectivity. This is rain, and what's happened is this storm has taken rain and wrapped it all the way around the updraft where the tornado has been, and it's located right through here. So it could be that there's still a tornado in there, and we can't see it because of the rain wrapping around it, what's called a rain-wrapped tornado. So that's still possible here. northwest part of the metro. I guess the best way is to look at the correlation coefficient, and it still shows it. So this is our radar saying there's still debris with that inside of a rain-wrapped tornado. Extremely dangerous situation, tornado emergency, but because of the fact that it's wrapped by rain, you can't see it coming. You don't even know. It just looks like rain, and then there's a tornado, but it still looks like it right here. Ida and 204th Street, where we're located right through here. Let me go back and track that, see where it's gone over the course of time here. So this is current. I'll go back. This is 340, and it was, I'm going to have to move this out of the way here, down a little farther, right here. So that was 340, and this is present. So there has been debris with that whole swath, and there still is, right in through there. And, you know, this is about 20, 25 minutes this has been on the ground, just when we showed you the camera, and it touched down, and it's still there. Let me widen out a little bit. Folks, updates on these other storms. Yes, go ahead. Homes leveled at Sycamore Farms. Okay, can you get me a address location on that? You know, we want to know the cross streets on that, but I'm fearful that's not going to be the only place we see that. So the other confirmed tornado warning that we've got is this cell up into Madison County. That still looks like that's west of Norfolk. And then two other tornado warnings in here for this one in Cass and Sarpy. Let's look at our velocity on that. River Road Drive in Waterloo is Sycamore Farms, homes leveled there. And I'm telling you that looked like that came by the West Shores area a little farther. What? Damage in Lincoln. Looks like a collapsed building. I don't know where this is at. Just north of Lincoln. See the sun's back out there now, but it looks like they're taking people out. I wonder if that was the Kawasaki plant. I'm speculating.
Raymond Fire. So.
Raymond Fire is out there, but somebody, obviously a bunch of factory workers they had to take out of the plant there where this thing hit. And again, we saw the debris. This is in Lincoln and just north of there. All right, I want to get back to the radar because we do have still, I'm certain, a tornado on the ground here, which is, again, the west part of Omaha, right around Elkhorn. A little looser there, but this has been the debris we're tracking, and it's still here. And that just says that, and now it's here. All right, so I believe there's a rain-wrapped tornado, and that debris is up to it's Rainwood Road and 186th Street, according to our radar. Not sure why that's not 180th Street. Oh, it is. Oh, I see. There's a little, the road takes a turn there, but this is debris up in here. Rainwood Road, and again, coming to the west part of Bennington, there's a huge lake development out here, just west of Bennington, and this is a rain-wrapped tornado in here. This is still debris, damage, it's swirling. There's our live look at Super Doppler 7 radar. Here's the velocity couplet. And again, right through here, maybe there's two areas we've got here now where we've got some rotation in here, and I was fearing that was going to happen where the rain-wrapped tornado, the rain eventually kills off the updraft there and a new circulation develops on the south side. We got to watch that really, really closely. There it is. Now it's at Military, 180th to 174th Street. Just on the west side of Bennington, this is coming through here. It still looks like it's a tornado. There's a good look from the National Weather Service's radar. The couplet looks really good right there. Again, that's the area that I'm talking about here. One thing to note, that's their radar. This is our live radar. You know, we've got an advantage here where our live, as that sweep goes by, that's the current location right here. And again, this was the velocity that we had on the Weather Service's radar here. So again, the advantage of having your own dual pole radar allows you to see there's the current look. Wow. 180th and Bennington Road, our best couplet right there. I'm pretty sure this is a huge lake development Yeah, this is right in through here. There are huge houses right there, and this storm, this correlation coefficient, is going right over the top of that thing. I'm hopeful that maybe something will happen, but it doesn't look like it. This is debris right over this gigantic development there. It's plowing through a populated area with, you know, very large homes out there. There are many, many million-dollar homes in the Omaha area, but there's a big concentration of them right there. And it continues to show the debris right over that area. And that has been showing that debris for quite a while across that location. So let me zoom back out here real quick. No other confirmed tornadoes, but that one that we're tracking in the northwest side of Omaha, right in through there. And again, debris with that storm north and then just on the west side of Bennington. Live look at Super Doppler 7 radar, dual pole. There's a live look at that is coming up on Highway 36 and right over between 168th and 180th Street. And again, here's the correlation coefficient. This is debris right here. Hopefully this thing is maybe starting to lift. Our cameras are having a hard time seeing it because there's rain wrapped around it. So if we could go to that Methodist Women's Hospital camera again, you're looking at it, but there's rain falling here that we're seeing. And in the middle of that somewhere, there still has been this tornado occurring, causing damage. So this is just west of Bennington proper, but they call the area Bennington out there anyway. And again, a tornado has tracked over a large section of western Douglas County and far west Omaha, including the areas that we call Waterloo, Elkhorn, Bennington, and then back down toward the West Shores subdivision. So this is a long swath where this thing has been on the ground. I'm looking down here. I want to see what the radar looks like as far as velocity. There is a little bit of a couplet there in that area around Cedar Creek. And it doesn't show that there's as good a circulation. Pretty good circulation there around Wahoo from another storm that's out there. But the confirmed tornado, and we know that this is still on the ground. Look at that. This is crossing the county line now up just north of Bennington. You see this hook, this swirl right here. If I animate this, I'll widen it out a little bit, give you about 30 minutes. You'll watch it. Again, this is the cell we're looking at right through here. And if I show it right through here, it's moving pretty fast, zipping up to the north. So this is going into Washington County now, but having produced a long, long swath of damage, unfortunately. Live reflectivity, the velocity, still very impressive. Toward and away, cross county line into Washington County, right here. And this is the correlation coefficient. Still have debris showing up in this area here. Almost a worst case scenario here where that storm touched down and then looked like it just kept on going all the way across Douglas County. And it looked impressive from the velocity standpoint, like there was a very tight couplet of toward and away, very close. This case right here, we've got a good look at damage apparently. North of Lincoln, there you can see. Gardner Industries, wow.
So this is Northwest 98th Street? This is right in between Lincoln and Waverly, if you're on that stretch of Highway 6 looking to the east.
Northwest 98th Street, north of Waverly.
West of Waverly.
West of Waverly,
east of Lincoln.
East of Lincoln, west of Waverly, north of the interstate?
That would be south of the interstate.
South of the interstate. So this touchdown first south of the interstate on that east side, northeast side of Lincoln here. Look at that. All right. And this is the same storm that we're still tracking up into Washington County. It didn't have a tornado the entire time. Looked like at times it lifted but it looks like this has been on the ground across all of Douglas County from east of Utan all the way up. All right, Bill, go ahead and take it away. You've got a damage update for us?
Yeah, it looks like 212th and Fowler. A guy says half of his house is gone. This would be an Elkhorn address, just
North of Elkhorn Middle
yeah.
School, it looks like. Not too far from
southeast of
there.
Fort and 216th.
Okay. Yeah, I'm certain we're going to have many, many damage reports, unfortunately, from that Elkhorn area, Waterloo, and then western parts of far western Douglas County. That area I mentioned, West Shore subdivision, looked like it was on the ground near that, just east of there, and then crossed 275 and up into Waterloo and Elkhorn. This is a live look at the velocity sweep. Green is toward, wow, and red is away. I mean, Luke, if you can, what's the gate to gate on this one here? What is this green toward and red away, like these two spikes right there? So that's away from Omaha. 53, these are inbound values. Is that a 93?
Yeah,
What, I want to know this
93.1.
green one right here is coming in toward Omaha here. And then the red one is going away from Omaha here. So this is the circulation that we have right here. So when it gets tight like that, when the red and green are right next to each other, very impressive spin so close together here, and that's what we have at the moment. This is into Washington County, but there are, been a lot of development in the last 20 years in that area, and there are many, many areas that have homes.
Yeah, Bill, just one more thing. That tornado warning we had in Cass County, we're now getting a lot of reports of large funnel clouds.
Okay.
But it doesn't sound like they've seen a tornado touch the ground yet.
Gotcha. Well, this still looks like a tornado right here on live dual pol. You see that swirl right there, and again, the rain wrapping all the way around it, but that is up into southern Washington County. I'm going to zoom in so I can get a location here. County Road 38, County Road 31. This is just west of Blair High Road, which is Highway 133. That's this road right here. And that's the one that the Fairfield camera is at. I don't know if we have that view, but if we can look out to the northwest from Fairfield, I mean, you just rarely see anything like that. But this is just an incredible swirl on the radar. There's Kennard. And let's take this live here. Got that view right here, right there. So directly north of Bennington, and again, this is about to get up toward Blair High Road, and there are, a number of developments and homes as you get up into this area here. Fort Calhoun, just a little farther east, but this is going to be tracking up in the direction of Blair or South Blair. I know Woodhouse has its autos up here a little closer to Blair. Hopefully it will stay in mostly rural areas up here into Washington County, but this is it right here. Tornado, still looking like it on the radar. Let's look at the correlation coefficient. Yep. So this blob tells us that there's stuff in the air that isn't rain or hail. And if that's the case, that means it's trees, boards, dust, but it's been a really strong signature for quite a period of time. And we look for that here, for these areas down here, and what we're going to see is there a place where there's the velocity? It doesn't look like it. There's two storms down here, but we don't see the kind of velocity in these storms in Papillion, in Springfield, in Cedar Creek, Louisville, or down toward Weeping Water. You don't see the kind of couplet that we have right there. The beauty of these radars is that when you see them and you see something like this, you know that this is obviously must be watched, and in this case is still a tornado because we still have this debris occurring in this area. Let me zoom this back out just a smidge. Let me see the path that's taken here. So it is going more northeast than anything, and so on that path, let's just put a little track on this. So right here and moving north, and it's moving north fast. It's like, let's say it's 37 miles an hour. It is going to pass just barely southeast of Blair,
It's moving northeast at 40 miles per hour is what the
Okay.
National Weather Service has.
Yep, and if I draw that track, hopefully it stays on this track because Blair is right here and it would pass just barely south and east of Blair and far enough west of Fort Calhoun. So I'm optimistic that it won't hit Blair, but boy, if you're in Blair, you should be in safe shelter where that storm continues to swirl. Luke, I don't think I've had a storm like this that's tracked over the metro in a consistent basis like this, where we've seen damage here in the 32 years that I've been here. We've had some storms that have produced strong straight line winds. We've had some smaller tornadoes, but this is the biggest tornado we've seen come across the Omaha metro. Last summer, we had, last May, we had a pretty big tornado that tracked across parts of Dodge and also Burt counties. And at that time, we were saying, boy, we're fortunate this isn't covering many populated areas. Unfortunately, this one looks as strong, maybe stronger, and it is covering populated areas. So this is a tough thing. Go ahead, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No,
Quinisa.
it's okay. Is it safe to say that, I mean, at this point, we can expect a lot of damage and destruction in those areas?
Yes, unfortunately, just because of where this is tracked, there are hundreds, maybe even thousands of homes that could have been impacted along the path that this has taken across all of western Douglas County. It's more sparsely populated up here, but not entirely so. And, I expect that there's going to be some more damage up here. And really, it's just kind of, if you're unlucky and your home is hit by the strong part of the tornado, sometimes it's a half a mile wide, but maybe only quarter mile of that is strongest winds coming that will cause the worst damage, and other areas won't be hit so badly. But where this is tracked, there are hundreds of homes certainly in the path and potentially thousands that were along the line of where this went. It looked really impressive as it was coming through southwest Omaha, and still does, even at this time, up here into Washington County. And I suppose, Luke, when you think about it, there's no reason that this should necessarily weaken just because of the dynamics of the atmosphere today.
Yeah, and there's nothing in front of that storm as well. And then when you look at the previous long-lived tornado that we had that didn't quite get into our viewing area, that stayed out to the west and kind of moved up towards Norfolk, that one lasted a long time. So clearly the atmosphere is primed for long-lived storms and long-lived tornadoes.
Absolutely, and that still looks as good as we've seen. That is, has crossed Highway 133. It looks like this is you got some subdivisions in here. You see the roads in through here, and let's just look at the correlation coefficient again, and it's still there. So there has been a lot of damage, and there's still debris and stuff in the air. So this, again, looks kind of weird, but when you're seeing the blue and purple here, that's where the radar is seeing things that aren't rain or snow or hail. And in this case, we know that that's debris that it's hit. All right. Oh, a view in Blair. Look at the hail coming down here. Wow. And this is looking, I'm guessing, to the south from Blair. And there's the hill right there. And this thing is coming up. So I'm thinking that this is Blair High Road as it comes up into Blair. And you see the hailstones here, which is pretty common if you're going to have hail that's on the north side of where there would be a tornado. But that cell is moving kind of right up and just east of Highway 133. It still looks to me like this is going to be on the east side of Blair. But there are homes up there too. I believe that, Andrew, my producer's asking me here, is there still a tornado on the ground? I believe this is a rain rep tornado in here. I think there's still a tornado in there. I think it crossed, this is Highway 133. I believe it crossed Highway 133, and it's going, I'll show you the motion here. This is going to go between, this is the debris we're tracking, okay? This is going to go, I think, between DeSoto and Blair, so right through, kind of in the middle. So most of the Blair population is right here, and this is tracking just barely south of there, but there obviously are home sites, farms, there are people living in these areas. Just the concentration of population is a lot greater in Blair than it is just 3-4 miles south of Blair, but it's still right here. So I'm thinking that there's still a tornado there. And looking at this, we still have green coming toward Omaha, red going away. So I think this is still a tornado, unfortunately, tracking up. This is, I think this is Highway 75 through here that kind of comes up from eastern Douglas County up through Fort Calhoun, DeSoto, and up to Blair. And then this is Highway 133, this little line here where this storm just crossed.
Hey, Bill, also, well, one quick update on the other warnings we have. Of course, this pertains our attention more, but Cass and Sarpy County has been issued till 4:45 now, and it's still radar indicated.
Yep.
So no report on that touching the ground yet. Odo County tornado warning has been canceled, and also Colfax Platte tornado warning still issued till 4:45 now, and that is just radar indicated rotation as well.
Luke, that's very helpful because the tough thing is that, you know, you got 4 tornado warnings or a bunch of tornado warnings. You have to try to cover them all because I know all of our viewers are important and we are concerned about that. But this is a tornado on the ground in our estimation, looking at the velocity, looking at the correlation coefficient, and it's still producing damage, we think. Jessica Perez is out there. Give us your location, what you got.
Yeah, I'm on near Highway 275 and the intersection of Pacific Street. There's a lot of damage, some leveled houses here. I'm going to move over to the side here. You can see there are some down trees, there are some down power lines, and a man's house has been destroyed. He tells me first they've been through the floods and now they're going through this tornado damage. Now you can see there's quite a bit of damage over here. There's a barn, he said, that was being used as an apartment that was now completely destroyed. He tells me his family is doing okay, but he did lose a couple pets he's not able to find right now at the moment. Again, some down power lines that we're seeing right down here in the front of the house, and we're also seeing some down trees. There's a lot of damage here. Law enforcement has closed off the end of the street over there. There's quite a bit. There's some ambulances, there's police down there. There's also some fire departments that are down at the end over there. Now, the cleanup process is going to take a while here. Right now, there's just a lot of devastation. The family is clearly feeling a lot of emotion at this time. We'll keep you updated on the damage that these tornadoes have caused.
Yeah, Jessica.
Back to you.
Jessica, can you stay with me for a second? So you mentioned seeing ambulance and police in the area. Do you have any idea of any injuries? Is that a concern? Are you hearing me, Jessica? All right, looks like she's not hearing me, but just to recap.
I'm sorry, I'm having.
Yeah, okay, Jessica.
I'm having some trouble hearing you.
We'll get back to you, Jessica, but it looks like, just to recap what she said, down trees in that area, down power lines. A man's home is destroyed. She showed us his barn was destroyed, and she mentioned seeing ambulance and police in the area. So just to reiterate to everyone, this is a very serious situation. Got a few emails, you know, people are mentioning that Bill's sleeves are not yet and wondering how serious this is. It is still very, very serious right now. So if you're in those affected areas that he's talked about, please be sure to take shelter.
Yeah, you're right, Quiddy said. Probably should have done that. And, you know, it's the kind of thing that I didn't even think about today just because of the nature of the situation. Yeah. This is a super serious situation. We think this is still a tornado here in this area of Washington County, just between Blair and DeSoto. So here is Blair, here is DeSoto. This is a tornado occurring right through here. You know, this is the velocity, the toward and away, toward Omaha, away from Omaha right here. And then this is the debris signature right there still. So there is Highway 75. I'm just going to zoom in. So just so you get a sense for here, this is the big population of Blair here. All the city streets, homes. This area right here along the river is going to be in the path. I'm not sure. I know we've got some industrial stuff along the river there, and it's going to cross the river, it looks like, near or just south of Highway 30. So this is still a tornado that has been on the ground for, I think, the better part of 45 minutes to an hour as it's tracked from Waverly up this way. And then looking at this, we just want to see if there's anything else that looks like we have a couplet like that with these cells. And we still have some spots down here that we're going to have to watch very closely coming through Louisville and Cedar Creek, because that cell could also rotate as it spins up this way toward Omaha. But this, a lot of times when you get a tornado, it will keep on going just because of the spin, the lift in the atmosphere, and that's the case right here. Right between Blair and DeSoto, it still looks like there is the tornado occurring here.
I wanted to let our viewers know that we also have a crew headed to the 212th and Fowler area. Bill mentioned this earlier, but a man said that the top of his house was destroyed. So we have Sean McKinnon and a photographer headed that way to check that out. So they should be giving us an update pretty soon here.
Right, and I'm just fearful that we're going to have many damage reports coming in, and we're getting these initial reports, but given the swath of where this storm went and where it looks like on the map that we have big population areas, I was mentioning the big lake community development up there just west of Bennington. It looked like it went right over the top of that too, and there are hundreds of homes that potentially could have been in the path here. Luke, it looks like a new tornado warning here, or an update to the warning in the Blair and Missouri Valley area.
Yeah, it looks like that tornado warning. Well, we just got one 415 Douglas, Nebraska, Douglas County, Pottawatomie County as well. It looks like that one's just continuing on with the cell that we've been following. And then, yes, it still has the emergency tornado warning tag on Harrison, Iowa, and also Washington.
Okay. Yep, so ordinarily these are flashing purple and there's a confirmed tornado, but it still looks like it to me that there probably is still a tornado rain wrapped in here, kind of between Blair and DeSoto here. And it still shows as a couplet crossing the river right through here, just on the southeast side of Blair. I'll zoom in, and then the correlation coefficient, it still looks like there's debris in the air right through here. So this is a very long swath where this has gone, and as I mentioned, potentially hundreds of homes have been in the path, if not 1,000 homes in the path of where this thing tracked through the last hour or so. So still a tornado warning until 4:30. This is, if you're in Missouri Valley, it's just to the west of you and looks like it will stay just to the west of Missouri Valley. This is what we call reflectivity, the regular radar. And this, if I zoom out, you'll probably get a better sense for it here. This is a spinning storm, and this is the hooked up area where rain is wrapped all the way around the tornado updraft here. And we can see it on the velocity right through here. This is the couplet, and then this is the debris that's occurring right here. This is outside of it. I don't believe this is debris over here. It's just that there's no precipitation showing there. But this area in here is where there is some precipitation. Put my hand right here. And we also have the velocity couplet right there, and then our correlation coefficient. So this is still debris, the same thing that we tracked quite a ways here. I'm going to go back in time, and we'll be able to, kind of confirm where damage occurred by doing this. But if I go back in time here, that's current. So this is the debris ball that tracked through here. And if I go back in time, right here, this was all debris, this was debris, this was debris, this was debris into Douglas County here and back through Douglas County. And this is at 3:30. That was in the southwest corner of Douglas County, about when we picked it up on our Skycam at Methodist Women's Hospital. So it's tracked all the way through, and wherever we have that signature, there's debris in the air. And it continues all the way here through Washington County and now crossing the river and going into western Harrison County of Iowa. But kind of between Blair and DeSoto and between Blair and Missouri Valley. Missouri Valley farther over, technically in the warning, but we've seen the storm itself. This is what's been the tornado right here. Has not looking like it's going to approach that area.
Hey, Bill, we just got one more report in,
Yep.
or a tornado warning in that goes out till 4:45. Colfax and Platte County now have a confirmed tornado 13 miles north of Columbus and moving to the north at 20 miles per hour.
Okay, so I'm zoomed in here. That's this cell right here, just south of Lee. Let's look at the velocity on that. It's small, but it's right here, this little spot right here. Let's see if there's any correlation coefficient on the National Weather Service. It looks like there may be, but not for very long there. It just has shown up. Yep. So it just showed up there. This is where it's at here. Live look at the storm. Wow. All right. So this is Sarah and Tyler are up in Blair looking east because that's where the storm is located. And you're seeing the base. And so again, this is rain coming down and the base of the cloud is here and you can't tell, but inside of that rain, I think there's still a tornado swirling because we've been seeing the damage showing up as the correlation coefficient, the blue on our radar here. So this is the location that we're showing you, and then this is the blob of blue right here, just across into western Harrison County. Maybe this is weakening a little bit. The circulation doesn't look as tight. When you have the red and green strong colors right next to each other, this looks a little weaker. But we saw that back in Douglas County and back in western Sarpy County and then back down into Saunders County. Weakened a little bit, probably the funnel lifted, and then it strengthened and it came back down. So the same storm continues and we continue tracking it. It sure looks impressive with that hook where the wind is coming around. The wind is doing this, swirling into the middle, and the air is lifting up. Another live hook.
To reiterate something you were talking about earlier. You
Sure,
said
go ahead, Quinicia.
In your 32 years, doing this, you've never seen something like this.
Well, we haven't seen a major tornado, or it looks like has been a major tornado, cross over the Omaha metro and all these popular areas. Let's go to this live look. DeSoto Bend, Scott Buer has got this for us here. So this is probably the tornado here. We see the cloud, there's your motion of the clouds right in here. And Scott is, I'm guessing, to the southeast of where this storm is at. So in this case, he's not in the rain and has a little view where we don't have rain in the way. If you're looking at it from the south or the west, this is where he's at, DeSoto Bend, right over here. So he's looking from the southeast side into where the air is. There you go. There's the tornado right here. So tough to see depending on your location, but obviously in his spot here, he can see it. And this is going to pass north of him, so it's a good spot to look at it from. And it's a rare thing where people in the metro see something like this. And even Scott Buer, that's been here for more than 40 years, you don't get into a spot like this very often where you can see a tornado from 3 to 5 miles away, but here it is, and again there's rain wrapping around that, so it makes it difficult. You have to watch the edges when you get these rain-wrapped tornadoes, because the air is coming down there and the air will try to rise where it doesn't have as much resistance of the rain falling, and maybe get a new funnel that will form outside of the edge. So this whole area is sort of rotating. I want to get out of the way here. It almost looks, I can't tell from where I'm at here. Maybe that is just an image of the camera here, but this area right here is where it's turning. Rain is falling, but within there, we saw the funnel briefly. Now it looks like it's kind of shrouded in the rain again. That's a great, great view from DeSoto Bend, looking to the north now. So again, the radar is showing you across the river there. And then this is the picture of that. So Scott is right about here. And then we're looking at toward the northwest, and that is the rain. And then this is what you're seeing if you're out. So storm chasing is not necessarily easy. Obviously it's not. And it's dangerous because the radar doesn't always show you what's happening on the ground. Yes, Luke, I'm sorry.
So just another update on that warning for Harrison, Iowa. It is now extended till 5 p.m. and still has the damaging tornado tag on it. And then we also have a new tornado warning, and this is for Nemaha, Pawnee, and Richardson counties. And this is until 5:15, and it just says radar indicated rotation, so we do not have a confirmation on that yet.
Yeah, rough deal here. We got to keep watching this cell with a tornado warning here into Sarpy County too, because that is a very populated area, obviously. And then the new one is Luke was mentioning down here. The profile of the atmosphere is that all of these storms up through this line are in a similar environment where the low-level winds are coming in from the southeast, slightly above the ground winds are more out of the south, and then mid-level winds are more out of the south-southwest. So that makes the air want to spin and turn, and if there's enough of an updraft, it'll pull that spinning air into a vertical nature in case you get the tornado. So it looks like a confirmed tornado still, as Luke earlier mentioned, up here, Platte County, Colfax County, and up into Stanton County.
Yeah, we just got a report of a tornado 2 miles southeast of Creston in Platte County, multiple vortex tornado.
2 miles southeast of Creston. So we're zoomed in here. There's the velocity, which doesn't look particularly good. There's the correlation coefficient. Maybe that is. Looks like it. I just showed this a little bit ago when we had this right here. I guess I can just move this up here. This blob right here, this is the National Weather Service's correlation coefficient, so it's a few minutes. That was at 4:20, and now right here, this is 4:26. So there is debris from this right here, and again, that is this area right here. We're getting a new emergency alert coming in here. I'm guessing we got a new tornado warning for the Omaha Metro here.
Yeah, we got Cass County, Douglas, Potawatomi, and Sarpy County in that tornado warning until 5:15 p.m. And this just says radar indicated rotation.
Right. This is a big area they drew, but it's this right here. Comes all the way up. And a lot of times the Weather Service will put these out because there's some initial uncertainty as how far the circulation is going to go or where it's currently located. This whole thing, kind of looks like you got some areas that are rotating in through here. That's our live dual pulse Super Doppler 7 radar. This is live velocity. There's a spot in here where we got the tornado warning here, but these are pretty strong toward winds, a little weaker. Again, in here, we're not seeing anything like what we saw earlier with the really impressive couplet and then the debris signature. But this is again, we don't see any blob of blue in here, so it doesn't appear that within this precipitation there's anything other than rain and hail. Let's look at the Ville density here. It doesn't look huge at the moment. It does look like it is down to the south of us there. So that obviously must be watched. There's the Weather Service's velocity, and then again, our live dual pole. Let's go back up here into Harrison County. Got a couple areas there. This is the storm that tracked just southeast of Blair now. It's right here, and we're starting to lose some of the debris signature. A little bit still. That is northeast of Blair and across into Harrison County. This is I-29, by the way, so it's a ways out, and there's Modale. So this is headed that way, but the velocity signature doesn't look as impressive. Away toward is not as strong, so we can't completely write it off, but hopefully that will have weakened somewhat by the time it gets farther north. Back to the Omaha Metro. Again, new tornado warning, I'm sure, sirens sounding, and looking at the velocity, nothing jumps out, super close. And then this is the reflectivity, so regular radar. There's going to be some hail with this coming up into Omaha. Let me see our correlation coefficient. Well, let's look at differential reflectivity. So this is showing us that there is some hail in these cells in southern Sarpy County and also northern Cass County, where we get these little black spikes off to the south. So we'll call that a hail spike. This is sort of a lagging indicator, but hail down toward Louisville. But again, that is moving up toward Omaha. And then again, reflectivity is sort of the regular view of the radar here. Let's just do a quick 15-minute animation on that and widen out. Yes, Andrew. Awesome. All right, so Jessica Perez is out live. She's got an update for us. She was out there near Pacific and Highway 275, I believe, is what she said. Go ahead, Jessica.
Yeah, right here, right by Highway 275 and Pacific Street. We're right at the intersection. And actually that sign that says Pacific Street has been taken down completely by the wind. You can see those houses in the background. There's lots of fallen trees that have fallen over onto those homes. The one way back here, way behind me, looks like it's collapsed completely. And there's one even further back that you can see, that white one way back there. The whole side of the house is just gone. And aside from houses, there's also farm equipment over on this side that's been damaged by the strong winds. You can see that it's just kind of collapsed and pushed over as well. There's a lot of damage going on. Waterloo Fire tells me that right now they do have a command post that they're setting up at 228th and Dodge, and they have closed off most of the streets here. So if you are looking to get out of this area, you're going to have to take Pacific Street for the other way, not the way that's been closed off here where these houses are. And tornado, I've been told, passed through here about 30-ish minutes ago, but people are still just trying to comprehend what exactly happened. Their houses being destroyed, very sensitive at the moment. Now, we will keep you updated with more updates as we continue to assess the damage here. Back to you.
Okay, Jessica, from where you're at and you sense, can you see anything in the distance other than those three houses? Is it pretty rural where you're at? Are there any other houses in your view that, could have been damaged?
Yeah, Bill, I do see the one house that we were at earlier is just further up the street, about for a few miles. That's probably the only other house in sight. Can't really see in the distance too much since that fire truck is blocking off the street. But when we were passing, there were some houses on the other side there as well. We just can't get to them right now or see what exactly has gone on in that area. But right now, these houses just look to be very, very damaged.
Awesome. Okay, well, Jessica, really appreciate the report. If you do hear anything else, please check back in as far as that area. Unfortunately, I think there are going to be more homes, but as you mentioned, they block off roads because they want to try and help the people that, or maybe, if there is damage that they have to get to immediately. So this is an ongoing situation here. Luke, I heard the sirens going off here. Is there a new warning that came out here?
It looks like we did just get a newly issued warning. I think it's extending the one that was going through Shelby County, and now it's headed right into Douglas County.
Okay.
And right over Omaha. So that is now out until 5:15 p.m.
Gotcha.
But I also want to note, I think it's moving in towards Stanton County. The purple box just issued a couple minutes ago, so I guess there's a confirmed tornado up there as well.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, in this case, let me just stop the animation of that so that we've got a live latest look at it. When we're showing the radar here, this cell is of note where it's sort of hooking back in northwest Douglas County again. So still a lot to watch here. And then the storm with the confirmed tornado. All right, Andrew, go ahead and repeat that. I know you had some information for me. Very good. So these things have tracked over large areas. Quinicia, do you have an update on maybe some more damage across the region here?
Yeah, we've got an update from the Lancaster County area. This is from Deputy Chief Ben Houchin. He says Garner Industries had heavy damage. 70 people were in the building when the tornado hit. 3 people injured, none life-threatening, but a lot of people were trapped and rescued there. Again, this is in Lancaster County.
Very good. Thanks, Quinicia. Alex is out also with Ben. We're going to get to him in a second. When we're looking at this, what's flashing is where we believe there's a confirmed tornado. In this case, it's the cell up to the north that had tracked all the way across the Omaha Metro. And so I'm going to zoom in here, and it still looks like a pretty substantial hook here on the radar. This is about to get up between Modale and Mondamon on Interstate 29, which is right here. All right, Alex McClune is ready. Alex, you were tracking out down toward Waverly. Can you give us an update on what's happening?
Yeah, Bill, we are live at the Sand Crane Hills Event Center, the Lancaster County Event Center, south of where that tornado touchdown was at the Gardner Industries building. We're here with Justin. Justin, you were telling me what it was like. You're an employee there. You were in the building. You said you took shelter, a split-second decision to go into the bathroom. What happened then?
I just stayed in the bathroom until it was set to get out the building or find some house.
You were in the building when the tornado was hitting.
Yes.
What did you hear and what did you see?
All I seen was stuff just flying everywhere, and it was whistling pretty bad.
Justin, inside the event center there are your coworkers who were bussed over here from the tornado touchdown site. Some people told me they feel shocked. What are people talking about in there? How are you?
I don't know. I just stayed to myself, really. I mean, yeah, people are shocked. I mean, there's a few people that probably went to the hospital to get checked out and stuff.
Have you been able to talk to your family yet, loved
Yes.
ones?
Yes, I have.
How do you feel right now?
I feel fine now. Yeah.
What will you remember about what you saw today?
Just it coming through work and being there. I mean,
And that building is destroyed.
yeah.
Well, Justin, thank you so much. We're glad you're okay. We'll let you get home to your family. Thank you for talking to us. Bill, a lot of people like Justin, shocked. Some people unable to talk right now. People we were talking to before Justin who didn't want to go on camera but are just happy to be alive. We saw one man who was scraped up but is okay. So a lot of people surviving the worst of Mother Nature today. Live in Waverly, Alex McClune, KETV, Newswatch 7.
Alex, awesome. Really appreciate the report there. And we're going to hear more stories like that, as a lot of people have been affected by these storms and the tornado that tracked across the area so far today. And we think there's still potential for more. We've got a number of tornado warnings here continuing. There's a new one here, right? This is a new warning for Washington County. We got the warning here for Omaha proper and downtown Omaha, also Council Bluffs and Pottawatomie County into Sarpy County. And then a couple more warnings farther south and east of that for tornadoes. And again, the question is, where's the rotation? Who's most at risk? I mean, sometimes when we just have, 10 tornado warnings out, it's hard. One of the things that helps here is that the flashing ones are where we have confirmed tornadoes. So we had this one just southeast of Creston in Nebraska, now near Clarkson. Earlier, it looked like there was some debris out there. Hard to say if that's the case anymore, but that storm likely produced damage in northeastern Platte County and is tracking up into southern Stanton County. Back closer to the Omaha Metro here, where we're looking at this, that is velocity. This is reflectivity. Reflectivity is kind of the normal look at the radar here. So this is rain. There could be some hail over the metro right now. This is impressive rain here out around Valley. And again, just because of the atmosphere, every one of these storms that looks kind of stretched out or starting to hook a little bit, we're really concerned about, because that's the indication that there is some rotation within the cell that maybe starts to produce a tornado. For that, we have to look at the velocity scan here, and on these scans, doesn't look like anything here where there's a couplet of toward and away together. Same thing yet here. So tornado warnings because thunderstorms are occurring where we have this potential, but at least right now, not quite hooking up here. This is an animation, and here's the cell by Valley. That's right by the Weather Service. They can walk out the door and get a look at that. Hopefully they are keeping eyes on that one. There's a severe thunderstorm warning, but then tornado warning up into southern Washington County. And this obviously a concern because it's right into southern Sarpy County. But again, these storms and the atmosphere today, if that were to start turning, that is right over the metro, and that's why we've got the warning for the Omaha area here as well. All right, so we've got updates now, Quinicia, damage and power outages?
Yeah, so right now, more than 99 customers are without power. This is as of 4:30 p.m. So right now, crews say that they're going to go out to those areas when it's safe to restore power. They say anyone who sees a downed line a downed power line needs to treat it as a live power line. Do not approach it. Don't touch it. Don't go near it. Call 911.
Very good, Quinicia. So 9,900. Nearly 10,000 without power on that.
Hey, Bill, also...
Go ahead, Luke.
One more thing. So we're obviously worried about all these storms moving through, but also the flash flood risk from all these storms is becoming a concern. A warning through 8 p.m. tonight for Douglas, Mills, Pottawatomie, Sarpy, and Washington County. A flash flood warning for those counties there.
Okay, so that was the other beeping that we heard a little bit earlier. Luke, thanks so much. Just trying to keep track of, if these storms, you get a couple of them go over the same area, the atmosphere has a lot of moisture in it right now. I think I was looking at that this morning. And, if you get 2 or 3 thunderstorms over the same area, you're going to have some flash flooding. So that's the concern right here. Live look at Super Doppler 7 radar. Tornado warnings. I wonder if our cameras, if we look at, let's go back to the Methodist Women's Hospital camera, if we possibly can pull that one up. That's right out here, and start to look around. It's in a good spot. Also, the Charles Schwab camera might be in a good spot to look back east toward the city here. But either one of those, the radar can give you one picture. There's Methodist Women's Hospital. We want to look out around this way. So if you can pan that around, keep going. The base of that cloud, keep going, and then a little higher. There you go. So we're watching that, these lowered cloud bases in here. Even though a storm tracked over that area, you're in a spot here where the air could still turn. So this is a concerning look at that cloud. Again, there's a severe thunderstorm warning for that particular area. Keep on panning. You can go ahead and move back to the left here and see if there's any lift going on through here. Obviously, when we first saw that at about 3:30 off to the southwest. So this stuff, you got to have some pretty good rising motion. It doesn't have the same kind of turning that we saw earlier, 3:30 in far southwest Douglas County, but lowered cloud base here. So this must be watched still. That same camera, if we can widen it back out and then keep panning around to the north and then east. So this is looking, keep going until we see Dodge, and we're looking back east over the city here. Stop. I'm going to go back the other way now. Great. So this is the storm over Omaha right now. And from this side, you can't really see the lowering here, but obviously raining very hard over Omaha right now. And this cell, the southern part of the cell, maybe the camera at either Embassy Suites La Vista would be a good one because we can look to the southeast from there and see this really well. Or the camera at Cobalt Credit is probably playing. Okay, we got a view from Blair. We're saying it's not great, but we're probably looking at what still could be the tornado out to the northeast of there. Oh my gosh. All right, so this is work after the storm having gone through. It looks like injury there in Washington County, and we mentioned this was coming through south of Blair, but there were obviously still homes there, and here we can see the emergency crews doing their work, getting to people that were hurt by the storm. I want to condolences here. Prayers go out in a situation like this where that's probably not the only one. We're going to have some folks. So this right here, with the tornado warning on it, is a spot that we just have to watch really, really closely here. There is a little bit of away and towards, so a little bit of a couplet right in through here, kind of between Papillion and Bellevue. And
Hey, Bill.
Go ahead.
We also got another report of a funnel cloud in Richardson County, Nebraska.
Okay. So we're down here, and it's hard to pick. All these things have the potential to spin, so we don't, we want those reports. If somebody has got the funnel cloud or a picture or a tornado, you got to get them in because there are so many of these right now that potentially are spinning. Here's Richardson County, there's Falls City, tornado warning. Tornado warning here for the cell into Auburn, another one here for the one Nemaha County into Odo County, and then the ones up here into the Omaha Metro. Do we have that camera up from Embassy Suites La Vista? That would be right here. I'd love to look to the east-southeast if we can, because this, again, the cell is coming up into Omaha, and I imagine that is going to produce, at the very least, some heavy rain, and at the worst, a tornado. So go ahead, punch it up, and I'll see which direction we're in. So I want to go all the way around the other direction, so you can pan either way. Good. Slow down. Okay, so this is great. This is the base of the cloud where we've got a tornado warning for this thunderstorm. but we're looking at the base of this thing here. And right now, we don't have a really lowered base. I don't know if you can zoom in on these areas right here, but I'm sure the air is sort of lifting up into there. But this is the one we're going to follow here. So this stuff right here, and then if you pan a little bit, there you go. So in here, let's see, is there anything, these are the areas that you're going to see if there's going to be any kind of funnel development. Right now, there's no funnel there. There's not even any rapid motion. This is just rising air up into the cloud. But the concern is that it could happen. This could start spinning. The lift could really intensify here. You see the base right here. All right, let's zoom out a little bit and then pan a little more back over to this to the north. Yep, great. Keep going. A little bit more. And then we're looking up into Omaha proper. If you keep going, one more. So this is great. Rain coming down. I imagine there's some hail. Our radar is not estimating that it's super large in size hail. There's probably some hail in there in that area between Papillion and Bellevue. So in here, falling out, sometimes you'll get kind of a whitish look at it here. The radar over there is showing you where you got those black streaks. That's where the radar is sensing some hail between it and where it gets to. So just west of Bellevue, some hail. And then just to the northwest of Blair, also a bit of, well, it could be actually near Blair there, some hail occurring as well. Just northwest, it looks like. All right, so a live look from our camera at the Embassy Suites La Vista. This is looking at the storm over Omaha right now where we have a tornado warning. And I'm optimistic right now where we don't have any super fast rising air or vertical motion or spin within that. But that's this cell, and that is, our biggest population base within this area here. Impressive looking storm with the tornado warning out here into Mills County over Glenwood right now. It doesn't look like there's a super tight couplet. I should probably go back up and look at the cell that's up into western Harrison County. We were talking about it going between Modale and Mondayne crossing I-29. This is it right here. This is still the one that produced the damage. It doesn't look like it has the, okay, Nathan Moore is up there in Modale right now. So that is the cell that I just showed you on radar. Get my water here so I can keep talking. And really good motion of the clouds right through there. But again, the big concern, it's raining, so it's rain wrapped, but it doesn't look like there's a tornado here. Nathan Moore traveled a lot of miles here today. He was down on the cell near Lincoln, but you look through that and then off to the southwest now. So a pretty good view he's got all the way around. And that was the storm that produced all the damage. And I'm going to just look at it here. Yeah, so it looks like that cell went just about over Modale, but it doesn't have the damage signature that it did. It still has this area of rotation on it. So there could still be some spinning clouds in there, but we don't have, in that particular spot any longer the debris signature that we had earlier. So certainly some good news there. All right, back in, good news, the confirmed tornado and the tornado warning here that was up into Stanton County is now just a severe thunderstorm warning. Cells coming across the Omaha Metro here. Still have the confirmed tornado warning, although we can't find it anymore on the radar. That goes until 5 o'clock for western Harrison County. Got 10 more minutes on that, but it doesn't look as impressive on the radar any longer. All right, we've got more damage updates here. Go ahead.
Yeah, Bill, we're collecting a bunch of damage from up in that area near Blair. Mm-hmm. We saw a video from Sarah Feely. She had the video of it appeared to be a woman who was on a stretcher being loaded up. She was in her house when it was hit. Getting reports from Millstone Estates. That's County Road 32. It's just east of Highway 133. Entire homes are gone, I'm being told. A lot of damage. I have friends down in that area. They're looking to see. No word on any injuries in that area. 204th and Ida, we've got some tree damage and some home damage. Quinny, see you got some.
Yeah, just kind of going over again what we've seen earlier in terms of damage. We know that the 204th and Fowler area has damage. There is damage at Sycamore Farms in the junk stock area. That was well before we saw this recent stuff here. We know County Road 32 and Highway 133 in DeSoto, debris, rain-wrapped tornado over there. Lots of damage reports we're getting. We're getting so many pictures and notifications from people coming in. And we know a few people were hospitalized. We know that 3 people were injured from the Garner Industries damage. That's in the Lancaster County area. The Deputy Chief Ben Houchin says 70 people were in that building when the tornado hit. A lot of people in there were trapped and rescued. Again, 3 people hurt. None of that is reported to be life-threatening right now. Yeah,
and a number of people were taken over to the Lancaster County Event Center. That's just off of 84th Street on the northeast side of Lincoln. We've shown video of a dramatic video of the tornado not far from there as well. So this thing is just really seems to be centering over Blair right now, and that's where KETV News Watch 7 Sarah Feely is. Sarah, where are you and what can you tell us?
Rob, Quinicia, this is that scene that you guys saw where that person was being carried out on the stretcher. I want you guys to take a peek behind me. This at one point was a home. You can see the insides of this home just destroyed. There are broken bits of glass everywhere. There is actually a lawnmower that was likely in the garage tossed onto its side. Just the foundation left of this home here. Now, like we said, there was a woman who was taken in a stretcher to the hospital. We are working with law enforcement up here who's basically going from home to check on people in this area. Now, the house just next door here has little damage, just shingles ripped off the roof. We actually spoke with a storm chaser who came down here to catch this storm. She said that she was driving by. She did not even know a home was here. She stopped at the home next door to check and see if they were okay when they said, please check on our neighbor.
Yes, Sarah, speaking of those neighbors, I mean, talk to me about what people...
Now, we do have a second set of tornado sirens going on.
Yeah, we can hear that now. What are you... Have you got to
I'm sorry about that. Go ahead. You're asking me about that.
Yeah, are you hearing from people in the area, people living in the area? Have you gotten to speak to anyone living in those destroyed homes?
Yes, Quinicia, we have. So you can see definitely a ton of trees just ripped in half here. They tell us it sounded like a train coming through. It was incredibly noisy. They ran to their basements or their safest places in their homes and waited this out. They said the most jarring thing, the first indication that this was a serious storm for them, were these tree limbs snapping. Now, they are everywhere. Tyler White, my photographer here, taking a look at them. This is everywhere. We're off of Highway 75, and it is a stark difference when you begin to find where that tornado exactly went through. So that was people's first indication. Now they're just trying to pick up the pieces, check on their neighbors, and find out if this second round of storms is headed right for them again.
Can you tell if there's any other emergency vehicles as far as ambulances there? Is anybody else responding, or was it just that one ambulance?
Yeah, Rob. So as a matter of fact, we saw several emergency vehicles. The Washington County Sheriff was here, and that was the first person on scene who was working on the woman. You can see this red tarp right here is actually where she was on the ground. We saw the Washington County Sheriff's deputies. We saw several law enforcement vehicles. That one ambulance to come here to get her. We also saw several fire trucks, and there's another ambulance just down the way here at another home, but they have not taken anyone away yet. So we are still waiting to see exactly what we're looking at down that way. But for now, of course, we're just at this leveled home here and working to learn the most we can, especially that woman's condition as she was taken away from here.
Hey, Sarah, can you give us an estimate about how big the houses are there? Because if I'm fairly familiar with that area, the houses are spread apart, and we're not talking small houses. I mean, these are substantial houses.
Right. So, Rob, this home actually looks to be on the smaller side of what you would expect for Blair. It's just a single car home. You can see both sides of the foundation here, but just across the way, there are some much larger homes. There are several hills up here, and the neighbor's home next door is slightly larger as well. This home here, obviously, a smaller one. I'm sorry, in my ear right now, I've got another tornado warning coming through from our iPhone.
Yeah, we're getting it too.
But you can see where this white vehicle is right here, and sort of yeah.
Go ahead, Sarah. Keep going.
There's a White House just back there a little bit. You can see. So those are the sizes of the homes where we are. Now this swath right here, not necessarily the larger homes that you would expect in Blair, but they are a little bit spread apart. So again, we are just dipping our toe into the damage in Blair. This is the first place we pulled over when we saw these first responders working on this woman. But of course, there is a wide swath of damage up this way.
Sarah, can you tell us one more time what part of Blair you're in right now?
Yeah, Quinicia, we are at 9682 Highway 75, so we are just into Blair here. The OPBD power plant is quite a ways behind us, and this is a pretty wooded area. I definitely wouldn't call it rural, but you can imagine we're just sort of on the outskirts of Blair.
Okay, Sarah, thanks.
Thank you. Stay safe.
Yeah, we want to go back over to Bill. Bill?
And new tornado warning, which the Weather Service is talking about the cell kind of right over South Omaha in here, and that it appears to be intensifying, and it does. You're looking at the velocity here, and right over Omaha proper here, where we've got our radar showing away and toward, so kind of between downtown and Council Bluffs, this area right here, where it looks like the storm is intensifying. So we've got a little bit of a hook right through here. And again, this is right over Omaha proper. So we've got sky cams. I'm sure we could look from, you see this right here. Let's take a look at the Embassy Suites on 10th Street if we could, because this is right about there. And look to the east, right over between Omaha and Council Bluffs, the new tornado warning in effect here. And again, Luke, that warning goes until 5:45.
Yes, and one more thing, Bill. They're also talking about the cell near Harrison County, Iowa, is also re-intensifying. It's strengthening its rotation.
Awesome. So that looks like Embassy Suites La Vista. So I want to get to the downtown camera if we can here. Embassy Suites on 10th Street. I don't know if you guys can punch that up here, but it's this little hook right here on 480 between Omaha and Council Bluffs. So that's this cell right here. So it's raining from this vantage point here. So let's go to a different one. Let's look at the camera a little farther west. How about Schwab camera looking back toward the east? That might be blanked out a little bit. All right, so this is looking west-northwest. Let's pan the camera all the way around and keep going. Slow down. So we're looking east, so I want to go, just keep going a little bit on Dodge here, and then I want to zoom that way. I want to zoom into that if we can. Just go ahead straight eastward here. Tough to see because we've got rain in between us and where this is at. All right, all of these storms, again, the potential for rotation here, but this one in particular, if it starts intensifying right over the city here, let's show you the radar again. So this is a live dual pole Super Doppler 7 radar here, and we're looking at the velocity right here. So you've got toward our radar here and away from the radar. So this is like right over Council Bluffs here, the leading edge of that cell here. This is normally what we look at as far as, so it's right there where this you know, a little bit of a hook right through here. Tough to see because the radar's kind of punching through the heavy rain here, but this is, again, why we've got a new tornado warning. If you're out toward West Roads or out toward, you know, the Charles Schwab area, that looks like this is, you know, kind of beyond that point. Let's go back up here into Harrison County. Luke, you said that Weather Service was talking about that one.
We actually just got a report of a tornado 2 miles north-northwest of Pacific Junction in Mills County, Iowa.
Okay, so that is down here. I wonder if they're just seeing it from there, because that is right here. 2 miles northwest of Pacific Junction.
Yes, that's the report.
Here's Pacific Junction. This is what we're looking at, this away and toward here. This is east of Bellevue. And again, that's why it's so difficult when you have the rain, between the cameras and where you're looking here. But this area right here, again, tracking north. So that's a new tornado warning there, I'm guessing?
Yes, and that one is out until 6 p.m. now for the Mills County and Pottawatomie County.
So the thought is that this right here is a possible tornado. There you go, confirmed tornado, so it's flashing. This is, just barely east of Omaha, Council Bluffs, Bellevue. If this happens, we will be incredibly lucky and fortunate for so many populated areas to not have this thing, it's very, very close to where we're at here, but maybe just barely southeast. And you can see how the storms are tracking eastward here. If I just look at the reflectivity and the animation. Go ahead, Andrew. Let's go with it.
Yes, so that is 4 miles east of Omaha.
Wow. This is Epley Airfield. So this is what I was talking about before. That's the Lewis and Clark Monument. Look at this thing. This is right over Epley Airfield and debris occurring with that. It's right over the airport right now. Look at it. Oh my. Did that hit the aviation buildings there?
That might have hit.
Oh,
that might be
my
general
gosh.
aviation on that side. Yeah, if it
On
might
the
be.
east side of Epley Airfield,
Right.
that's general aviation. Did you see that?
Oh no.
Let's widen that out if you can a little bit. So this is going to be tracking just north, so close. Wow, that developed right over downtown Omaha. We were talking about the hook, and here it is right here. Just stay with that camera. Wow, when I was talking about that one over 480 with the hook, that's what it is. This is it right here. Spun up, and great job by the Weather Service to point that out, that it looked like it was tightening up through here. So damage at Epley Airfield, and it looked like the east side of the airport, and it's still right here. You'll see it through the trees, and it's crossing the Missouri River right here. Now, this is an area we just had those fires a little bit ago. Wow, look at that. Better off if you zoom out a little bit, you'll get a wider view, and this camera tends to focus on a tree close. Just stay there, and you can see this crossing. Wow. This is going, into the north side of Council Bluffs there. I'm going to put up not yet, but there's going to be some correlation coefficient that shows up. There was damage, we saw it, and again, it's crossing the river, and kind of in the direction of Creston, is right there as you go across the river there. So this, hopefully, we'll miss that. But that, obviously a tornado tracked through that area. It looks like the camera's frozen up now. Maybe the wind's picked up there. Great pickup on that, Andrew. So again, tornado just touched down, and see it right here? This is the debris that we just saw right here. This picked up, we saw it over the airport, and now this is the debris crossing I-29, and boy, this is going to be really close to Creston here. We know we got homes in through there. Let me see the velocity here and see if it's still there. Oh, it is, see? Really tightened up right in through here. Let's go ahead and stop that and look at live reflectivity. Live velocity, here it is right here. And then this is so this is as live as we can get on the velocity. So there's Crescent. Let's zoom in here. All right, and I'm guessing that camera at the Embassy Suites probably still can't show us anything. Look at that. So let me go back a little bit here. You'll see it develop right over, this was it right down here. This was some debris. Spins up right here, really picked it up. We saw that debris, and now that debris is lofted in the air. That's our latest scan right through there. My goodness. Okay, so that is a live look. Tornado just developed right over Epley Airfield, spun up. It looked like it hit the general aviation on the east side, not the main terminal there, but continues. And really, look at this. What do we have here? This is a toward of 23 and an away of 102 miles an hour right there in that spot. So let's watch the sweep go by. And we'll see as it moves. It's still there. So this is, I think that road is the Les Hills Scenic Byway, maybe. Is that what that road is there? I wish I had let me zoom in on that here. It's across 29, yeah. Old Lincoln Highway, the State Highway 183 is where that's going, and kind of up into Creston there. So still a debris signature showing up in through here. Let's get back down into Pacific Junction. I don't see a debris there, but this obviously is. So we know this is a tornado still in this spot right here. There's the velocity scan that we have, and here is the live look at it still right here. Let me zoom in tight because Crescent is not particularly big. Hopefully, you know, there are houses all through here, but closer spacing up in Crescent. So unfortunately, there's probably going to be some damage in that area there. So still looks like debris. And, you know, when it goes over, it takes a little while for some of that to get lofted in the air a little bit sometimes too. So this is crazy stuff when you've got tornadoes. You know, we talked about that right over 480, and now this is a tornado. Looked like it was hooking up, and there it is. And it's still showing that debris signature just on the south part of Crescent there. Let me get back up here, Harrison County, and look at the velocity. Up around Pisgah, we still have this signature crossing up from Harrison County up into Monona County, just to the east of Pisgah there, where there's a confirmed tornado warning. That warning goes until 6 o'clock. They should put, look at that. They definitely should have a confirmed tornado tag on this one, Luke. This is,
yeah.
Doesn't get any better than that. And it close, so tight in there, and we saw it live. There's the debris right here. Apologize for looking off camera so much here, but I'm doing the control on the radar, and of course, just on the south part of Crescent here, but there's still debris in the air, and the velocity still looks good. Toward away, right there. Boy, that thing spun up right between Council Bluffs and Omaha, right over basically the 480 bridge, went up the river, and then dropped down as a tornado on Epley Airfield. It looked like it hit the aviation stuff that's on the east side, general aviation there, and now is crossing in to northwest Pottawatomie County, just barely southeast of Crescent here. But that will be another tornado path to track, and still showing up as debris. Yeah, Andrew. Oh, good, okay. All right, so that is an ongoing tornado there in Pottawatomie County. Bill Shammert is now out in Elkhorn, where we know there was a tornado that went through. Bill, what do you have to report for us?
Yeah, hey Bill, about an hour ago or so I was in studio with you as you were reporting on this tornado. We're near 204th and Maple, northwest side of Elkhorn. I'm going to step out of the way. You see first responders, first of all, they have been going door to door to check on people. From what I have heard from deputies and Omaha Fire, there are no serious injuries to report yet. But if you look down this neighborhood, this is the Arbor Ridge area on the northwest side of Elkhorn, near Elkhorn Middle School. I mean, I talked to one guy, he called it utter chaos. He said it sounded like the largest freight train ever that was just rumbling through. All he had time to do was duck and cover. And then when he walked outside, this is what he walked out to. And it just stretches. If you keep going east, it just stretches down there. I'm going to point you toward the grass, actually, real quick. You would think maybe these are hailstones. No, this is just insulation from the dozens of homes that are damaged. And my photographer, Stephen Getz, if we pan up, you can see the damage that keeps going. The houses all the way back there, their roofs torn off. Look at the forested area, the wooded area, snapped in half. We're going to keep surveying the damage here, Bill. When I talked to the gentleman just a few minutes ago, he said it was the largest tornado he'd ever seen, half mile to a mile wide is what he described to me, and that it just came and it was there. Right now there's just neighbors talking to neighbors, people making sure they're okay, but cleanup here, I mean, it's going to last a long time. Send it back to you, Bill.
Bill, thank you so much. You know, it's important to get people out there to see and help folks that have been damaged. I'm telling you, there's going to be a lot of that. And just the path that this thing took and the subdivisions that went over, there are going to be many, many more situations like what Bill just ran into. All right, we've got, you know, a confirmed tornado here. We've got another one that looks pretty good over into western Iowa. This is the velocity scan, and this is now on the east side of Creston, but this still looks like a tornado over here. Luke, go ahead.
Yeah, we just got a report of a tornado there from a storm spotter 1 mile south of Crescent. So they looks like they haven't confirmed it yet, but we did get a storm spotter report of a tornado there.
Right. Well, obviously the Weather Service knows that, you know, they can't follow everything, but, you know, we saw it touch down at Epley Airfield, and there's still debris in the air here. So I imagine this is still on the ground here, just now east-northeast of Crescent. There are a lot of homes built in the hills over here in western Iowa. They are spaced out a lot. Maybe we're lucky and many of them got missed, but there are going to be some damage reports come in through here on the north side of Council Bluffs in this path, as you'll see just over the last 15 minutes where this thing tracked here. And I'll just drag the slider back here, and you'll see it was here, here, here. So all of this is just going back 15 minutes, and this is 5:04, and this is present. So this has been on the ground for about 15 minutes. Still looks like it's on the ground, tracking up here. It gets a little more rural once you get farther up to the north here and just to the east of Honey Creek. But again, a lot of homes built in the hills over there, and still looking like there's a tornado occurring there. If you're in Council Bluffs, this has already swept through, and it's so very fortunate in Council Bluffs that it looks like it just barely missed. I mean, it was over Epley Airfield, and then tracked up through the wooded areas here, and then now up here. This maybe is debris down here. Let's check that out. That's the right spot. Let's look at the velocity. Yep. Oh, boy. So this is another tornado. This is the one that has the confirmed tornado warning on it that Luke was talking about earlier. But we see the scan. Watch the sweep come by.
Hey, Bill, and one more thing. Oof. We also have a confirmed tornado, the tornado warning in Nemaha in Richardson, Nebraska.
Okay.
That has a confirmed damaging tornado with baseball-sized hail.
Wow. All right, so there's damage. There's debris in the air right here near Dumfries, and now just up to the north. This is our live picture of it right through here. And that is just about to cross into Pottawatomie County here. It is in Pottawatomie County, excuse me, just about to cross to Highway 92, which is right here. So 240th Street, Highway 92. Let me zoom out. Let me get back to the radar. And then Luke was talking about down here in Nemaha County. And confirmed tornado down here. Let's look at the velocity scan. And if there's any debris, I don't see.
They say it is 7 miles northwest of Falls City.
Okay. All right. The velocity looks like this is probably where it's at right here. But part of the problem when you get this far out, this is it right here. Here's Falls City. This would be the strong rotation toward Omaha, away from Omaha, right in through here. So Verdon, Strausville, Salem, and then it's going to be tracking up towards Schubert. Let me widen this out here and give you a quick animation on it so you can see where it's right there. And this looks pretty good too, that couplet that was there in Nemaha County, crossing the river into northwest Missouri, Atchison County. So, gee whiz, continuing rotating thunderstorms. These two look really good. Wow, again, just barely east of us. Look at the gate-to-gate shear over here. That looks really impressive. This is now northeast of Crescent, and that should be a flashing purple as well. We know there was a tornado that we saw 97 miles an hour away, 48 miles an hour toward. That's incredible. So tornado here. Let me just show you the correlation coefficients of the debris right there. So we know that this is still churning some debris in the area with that. And then the one in Pottawatomie County, there it is, crossing Highway 92 right there between 240th and 260th Street. That is a tornado. And this is debris occurring as well, tracking northeastward. So let me just animate that one so you get a sense for where it's going. Just showed up recently here. So there was a tornado warning, there was a funnel, but now you see the debris that's showing up right here crossing Highway 92. And it's west of Trainer, east of Council Bluffs, and you see Quick right here. It's kind of headed in that direction. It's a little more sparsely populated, but not entirely so. A lot of these areas have been built in recent years, and this is getting over here in the vicinity of McClelland, east side of Council Bluffs, not too far from the Council Bluffs Airport. Wow, look at this thing. You can just tell that is, again, wrapped up in there, a tornado, probably rain wrapped again. Here it is, and here's the correlation coefficient. So we've still got debris from this thing here, and that developed right over Epley Airfield and continues tracking northeastward now. The warning for this one goes until 5:45. The warning farther east in Pottawatomie County goes until 6 o'clock. Incredible. It just spun up right over the city. We might have a view now if we take the camera at downtown Embassy Suites and then look off to the east or northeast. Might be able to see up in this direction. So this is still a tornado that spun up right over Omaha, Epley Airfield, and now is tracking off to the east. And also, there you go. So now it's flashing purple as a confirmed tornado, as we told you. That one had been showing debris and did touch down by our camera at the Lewis and Clark Monument, looking right in there. Okay, Rob, Quinicia, damage and power updates, right?
Yeah, we want to jump in here for a second as we're looking at as the estimates are coming in. You're looking at the power outages for OPPD right now. Douglas County, just over 6,400 customers. Washington County, 3,400 customers. And as you look at that, I want to tell you, I got a message sent to me from St. Elizabeth's Hospital in Lincoln. They put out a basically all hands on deck call, a text, and I'll read it to you. It says, urgent, we need as much staff to report to work to help out with a potential mass casualty. We are expecting up to an influx of 90 patients. Thank you. And that was about 4:40 this afternoon. They put out that call. And then, and Quinicia, I know you have an update on injuries.
Yeah, we also heard from Bryan Hospital in Lincoln. They say they treated 2 patients who sustained injuries from the tornadoes that touched down in Lancaster County. So 2 patients are being treated at Bryan Trauma Center.
And we also want to say we got a note that the Red Cross will be setting up at Arbor View Elementary in Elkhorn. That's at 5115 North 208th Street for relief. So if you've been unfortunately impacted by these tornadoes, you need some help. Maybe it's just it's a coffee or some kind of just understanding or a hug or something. The Red Cross will be at Arbor View Elementary. Again, that's at 5115 North 208th Street in Elkhorn for relief.
Very good. Rob, Quinicia, we're looking at, with our camera at the Embassy Suites downtown on 10th Street, zoomed east. This is a funnel that's the storm in Pottawatomie County, farther east at 206th Street and Highway 92, so far east Pottawatomie County. But, we zoomed in tight on that, and it is a little farther east of Council Bluffs. And you can see it's this little piece right here. Every once in a while, it will zoom in. Luke, can you just zoom in, tighten that up a little bit for me? We've got it over there on the, this is on Max 2, I believe, here. Great. Okay, thanks, Andrew. And then pan back this way a little bit here. So this is the reason there's a tornado warning. Go back over this way here. This is the reason there's a tornado warning into Council Bluffs or into Pottawatomie County. But as you can see, we don't have, at least right now, a circulation reaching the ground. We do have the rising air, the lift that's going on over here. You can see it right through here, these low clouds. But that's good. If you widen that camera out for me, Andrew. It's too bad we've got people, trying to do 10 things. Andrew's coordinating a lot of coverage for us here, and then pan up this way for me here, and then keep going a little bit, a couple more ticks over this way. This is the storm that's over northwest, one more time, Pottawatomie County, and a little bit out of our range here from the view that we're looking at here. But this had produced the tornado from Epley Airfield here. I want to go back to radar here. So if you I think that's actually Max 2 that I'm on here. I'll just switch that back to perfect. This view will give us the velocity and also, so this is the little spot we were looking at there. I told you near Quick now is right here, and I don't think there's any longer, well, no, there is still a little bit of debris that's been lofted in the air with that. So sometimes what happens is it'll touch down, you'll pick up some debris, it's floating around, and the radar sees it. So we have that still with the confirmed tornado. And then this is the one that touched down at Epley Airfield and is now getting ready to cross the interstate near Beebeetown. And we still have a pretty good away from Omaha and toward Omaha, so it's right here, and that's moving up right at the Beebeetown area, crossing Interstate 80.
Yeah, Bill, with that one, emergency management is still reporting funnels.
Okay.
And they're at 350th and Lombardy, so I think that's the location they're seeing it from.
Right. They're at 350th and Lombardy, and they're looking at this spin right here. And you can see these things from a long way away. That camera we showed you, that was looking all the way into 20 miles into Pottawatomie County, seeing that funnel. So it's not perfect. Okay, we've got apparently a good view of the tornado that went over Epley, which is now this one up into the view there. So this is off of our sky cam, and we've slowed it down. Look at the wind. Wow, look at the debris. Look at that. I mean, that hit something big. And this is the same storm right here. So the funnel right through here, and you'll see it as it comes through. And I don't know what it hit, but there is a lot of debris that was lofted. And sometimes that debris will get lofted into the air and be around for quite a while, keep on showing up and show us where the circulation is at. So it's not necessarily there's new debris being lofted into the air, but that was the cell that is now all the way up here, closing in on the Interstate 80 over here, and there's Beebeetown. So this is it. Let's see if there's still any debris that's lofted up. Yeah, it's still here. So my guess is that that's not still debris from before, although it could be. It's probably still been touching down.
Yeah, Bill, we just got another report on that particular tornado you're looking at, that it is on the ground from a emergency manager, I believe, or some kind of trained storm spotter.
I would bet. And here's I-80, so you got a lot of folks traveling on I-80 that can see that. It's within a mile. So best case when you're traveling on the interstate, you're weather aware, because we've been talking about this day, and we talked about the time frame of 3:30 to 6 o'clock as we got to really be weather aware. Well, here you are now. So if you're planning on traveling on I-80 here into Iowa here, you got to be able to look and say, okay, I got to stop, because this thing is going to cross the road here and then come up into Beebeetown, and it sure looks like it's going to hit that area. There's a live view, still has that look. Garner Industries that we showed you earlier in Lincoln. And Rob, I think you were talking about casualties that were going to be heading to the St. Elizabeth, is that right?
Yeah, St. Elizabeth put out a message that they wanted basically everybody who could come in to come in.
Right.
They were expecting up to 90 casualties possibly. And we've heard now from other hospitals doing the same thing. They're having people come in. Don't know if that's precautionary. We
Right.
hope it is precautionary
Yeah.
because you never know. But yeah, Gardner, that's not, if you look at that picture you're looking at, Bill, I mean, if you're inside that, you know there's going to be injuries there, right? It may not be, hopefully not serious, but you know someone's going to get hurt.
Yeah. And Rob, do you know the exact location of that? Maybe you could look it up for me, and so we could share with the viewers, where that was in relation to the interstate and say 56th Street or,
Yeah, I
just
don't know
where's the-
Gardner Industries. I know we were at, Alex was at, or Sean, one of them was at Sandhills Publishing,
Yeah.
which is just off the interstate. It is just off kind of the downtown exit, if you will. If you took I-180
Yeah.
and went right, like you're going to head towards Seward.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
up in there, so.
Looks like Garner Industries is in Lincoln, 7201 North 98th Street.
Gotcha.
North 98, so
Okay.
yeah.
Very good. All right, so this is a tornado crossing Interstate 80 in northern Pottawatomie County. Here's our live radar. You see it sweep. When it moves, when the sweep goes by, that's how you know that it's live. It's this area right here, and this is live velocity. You see that show up, and then this is the correlation coefficient. There's still debris in the air with this. So this, again, a confirmed tornado. The warning out here goes until
It looks like they just
5:45. Go ahead, Luke.
issued that one for Harrison, Pottawatomie, and Shelby counties in Iowa until 6:15 p.m. a tornado warning now.
Right, so they extended that, and boy, look at the swath that they've got. But that's kind of been the history of these things, right, Luke? I mean, once they get going, there's no reason for them not to keep going for a while here. And once that spin is going, this may keep on. So again, tornado warning. The tornado just crossed I-80. Actually, I feel terrible. I'm wrong about this. This is 880 because this is the split where this is Interstate 80, and then this is 880 that comes and eventually comes down to where I-29. So my apologies here. This is northwestern Pottawatomie County here, but crossed the interstate, which again there is 880. But very near Beebeetown, and we're showing the debris still showing up here, and again the velocity still looks like there is the turning occurring right over that location. And then the reflectivity, this is what you normally look at with radar. You see the hook in here. So this is heavier rain wrapping around lighter rain where it's lifting up there. There's another cell just to the east, and that's the one that has the tornado warning out for central Pottawatomie County. And that, we followed that earlier. Let me look at the live velocity there. It still looks like there's something right over here, southeast of Underwood. Here's the velocity. It doesn't look as great, but there's a good couplet that crossed Highway 92. There's Trainer, but heading up just to the east of Underwood. And let's see if we've got anything. Doesn't appear. Maybe there's a little debris in there, but obviously the one up here that we've been following has had it for a longer period of time. If I just go back a little bit and let's see if there was anything here. Quick, that was the tornado. And it doesn't appear like we have, it still may be there, but it doesn't appear that the debris is showing up. So we do have a good area of rotation with this one still, and they're still saying the confirmed tornado on it. But we know for sure that this one is crossing into Harrison County, and they've extended the tornado warning here up into Harrison County, and that goes until 6:45, as Luke was mentioning. And then here's the correlation coefficient. There's the debris. This is just, pardon me, very near Beebeetown right now. A little spot of debris right here. And very good couplet where we have green toward red away. The colors aren't as intense as they once were. If you recall earlier on, we had something like 130 or 40 miles an hour of rotational velocity. Here now we've got more like 60 miles of rotational velocity, so it's not perhaps as impressive. That's 1,100 feet above the ground, so I would imagine if there is still a tornado there, folks will be able to see it, and having just crossed the interstate right here. All right, big wider view here. There's the entire viewing area. Confirmed tornado right here. In southeast Nebraska, let's look at the velocity here. Couplets don't look as great. Pretty good one right here by Tarkio where there's a severe thunderstorm warning. And then the correlation coefficient, I don't see anything in that. All right, let's get back into the metro here. And thunderstorms starting to edge off to the east and north of Omaha right now. There's a live look at our dual pole Super Doppler 7 radar here. I want to see if we have anything in there. Still really good here. Impressive looking couplet there toward and away, and not as impressive up here on Beebeetown. Let's look at the correlation coefficient. Let's hope that maybe that blue area is shrinking where it was, hopefully. So this is still probably the funnel cloud or tornado. Now our live view is showing it a little bit to the east of there, so maybe the debris has been lost, hopefully. But there's still spin going on there, and then the correlation coefficient looks like it's weakened where we don't have still the big blue blob that we did earlier. Let's go back a little bit and you'll see where it was. So hopefully that is the case, that this thing is weakened. Looks like it has. I don't see the debris in the air. And then the live velocity shows the couplet is a little farther east. Still a tornado warning there. Again, my hope is that that will start to weaken. Unfortunately, this one still looks pretty good over here into Iowa. I want to see what that is there.
Yeah, Bill, we got another tornado report from an emergency manager 3 miles southeast of Underwood in Pottawatomie County.
That's this one right here, Luke. Okay. And they're saying tornado?
Yes.
Okay. So he's looking at this. This looks like some debris in here. Here's our live velocity. It's right there. It doesn't have as great of a couplet as the other ones does. Does look good with the hook right here near what's the area would be called Bentley, if there's a little township there. And then the correlation coefficient, not quite as impressive as it once was. Does look like there's some hail between here and there. Maybe on the east side of Omaha here. Let's look at that. Yep. And still just to the south. So I'm fearful that there was some pretty good hail that occurred over Shelby County. And then that cell that was up around Creston, that looks like it had some hail in it too. So that's one of those things that we're after the fact. We're going to find out. Okay, there's hail damage here. There's issues there. But I'm Elkhorn area, Waterloo area. They were hit hard by a tornado, a big tornado earlier on, and that tracked across all of Douglas County. It kind of formed. It's the same storm that produced the tornado down around Lincoln and Waverly, but continued and then put down another tornado. We were looking at our sky cam at around 3:30 from the Methodist Women's Hospital off to the southwest. There was a funnel. It touched down. That was the area right about Sarpy, Douglas, and where Saunders come together on the Platte River. Tracked right up through southwest Douglas County, all the way across western Douglas County. And then now that same storm still has a tornado warning all the way up here into Monona County of Iowa. And the couplet is still up here. That is a really long-lived supercell. This is the storm near Soldier, Iowa, and heading toward Ute. And doesn't look like it has the correlation, the blue blob in the spot where the rotation is. So this is the rotation. If there were still debris occurring, it would be right in this spot, and it's not. Sometimes these are a false return, I would imagine, over there around Ute. Let's double check the Weather Service's radar.
Bill just said,
go ahead, Luke.
The Weather Service, talking about the storm you're just talking about, it says likely strong tornado. Near the location, I think you said Soldier?
Soldier, right?
Yeah.
Right here.
And that was about 3 minutes ago.
Yeah, I mean, there's still a really good couplet right in here where we've got away and toward next to each other. This is our live radar. So again, you're looking at this area here. This is our live radar. You'll see it sweep through, but away and toward. And, it looks good, but the correlation coefficient doesn't look as strong in there. So I'm, fingers crossed, optimistic that, what will happen first is the rotation's still there, but it may have lifted up into the clouds for the time being. Maybe it's just a temporary thing, but there's still a tornado warning here. It has been on the ground off and on for a couple of hours or longer. And if you're up here in Ute, you got to be in safe shelter. I mean, this is headed for your area. It went over Soldier, looks like it's past there, but a very, very long-lived storm for sure. All right, back in here to the Omaha Metro, a severe thunderstorm warning for the hail potential that's occurring right now over downtown Omaha and perhaps here at 7 Burlington Station. I sure hope not. I don't know if we have our cameras. Okay, let's go to the anchors. We've got a damage update, I imagine, right?
We're looking at power outages. We want to show that to people. And actually, if you do have damage, someone has damage to their home, or if you know someone, call 211. Take a look at the screen. Douglas County Emergency Management Agency wants to hear from you, or you can go to dogis.org to make a report. So dogis.org/211 to make a report.
And also right now over at Epley Airfield, flights there are delayed by several hours. A number of flights are scheduled to they were scheduled to leave around 3 or 4 p.m., but the storm was moving through the area, and now they're not leaving or arriving until at least 6 p.m. So if you're one of those people that had a flight scheduled tonight, you're going to want to check flyomaha.com to see the current status. Again, that's flyomaha.com.
And we do have crews out at Epley talking with folks there, and it's you imagine they're shaking as you might imagine. And outages we mentioned are widespread. More than 10,000 customers are without power as of 4:30 this afternoon. These are the specific numbers just for Douglas and Washington County alone. 6,500 or so in Douglas, 3,400 and some in Washington County. Crews are going to go out when it's safe to restore the power. Anyone who encounters a downed power line, just treat it as a live power line. Don't approach it. Call 911. Go around it. Don't get anywhere near it. You never know, right? Err on the side of safety.
Yeah, especially in a time like this right now.
And we do want to mention that the Red Cross has a shelter set up in Elkhorn. If you want to, anybody who's been impacted there in that area can go into that, go see them for help and some kind of a relief.
Yeah, and right now is the time when hospitals are starting to respond. We know that Bryan Health in Lincoln has 2 people that they've treated for injuries because of the storm. Rob mentioned earlier, St. Elizabeth called all staff that can come to that hospital. They're expecting possibly 90 patients. That's what they're expecting. So we've already got this response from the hospitals in the area.
Yeah, I guess it's, and again, we're hoping that it's an overestimation and that they're not going to have that many. They're thinking there might be 90, up to 90 casualties in Lincoln at one hospital, but that's maybe what they're just preparing for. Yeah. Unfortunately, I think we're going to start hearing more and more come in as we start to assess the damage. We got a couple hours still before dark, and so that's in the benefit, right?
Yeah.
That people can maybe get around and get a good estimate of what the situation is before nighttime hits.
And we've seen some of that emergency response. We saw someone on a stretcher in Blair. We know Sarah Feely saw someone on a stretcher in Blair. A woman was taken to the hospital. So, of course, we are just hoping for the best at this point.
Right. And Bill, I hear periodic sirens. Sarah Feely was out in Blair. She said she was still getting alerts. Are there any active tornado warnings right now?
Yeah, there's a view.
Oh, there you go.
Earlier on, actually, that is. Yeah. I'm guessing that's a live view. It is, and you see the tornado occurring right there. This is the one that earlier Luke was saying just southeast of Underwood, and that is a live look from a camera or a storm chaser out there, and you see that funnel. And again, it is on the ground with some debris churning up at times. That's this cell right here. One thing to note, eastern Nebraska, it appears the main push of the tornado threat is now into western Iowa and northwest Missouri, except along the river here. These cells are not going to have the same kind of rotation that we're seeing now in northeast Nebraska from our viewing area, but ongoing tornadoes here. So I do want to zoom in. And again, you saw that picture there, and that was from this area here, 880, looking down, and here's a live look at it. So 80, so it's east I-80 and the split. So that is impressive. You see the funnels right through here, tracking, and this is south of both 80 and 880, but also southeast barely of Neola, but really, really close to Neola. So if you're in Minden, unfortunately, it looks like you are directly in the path. This is almost on top of Minden right now, and it's hard to tell. I mean, this is, you see these funnels, they may be on the ground. You're looking from a distance here through some rain at that, and it's, again, heading into Minden. So a live view from the camera, the leading edge here, funnel, maybe tornado. We just can't tell for sure, but that is just crazy stuff. Again, another really impressive looking on the radar too. You see the funnel. Is it hitting the ground? Can't tell for sure. That is what we're zoomed in right on here, and I'll just highlight it. This swirl right there, just east of Neola, that is that storm.
Hey, Bill, how fast is this going? How fast is this moving on the ground?
Most of these things have been going about 35 or 40 miles an hour, and of course it's tough to chase because unless you have a road that's going the same direction as that, you gotta, if you have to square it off, you can't keep up. But this is a funnel, and you see on the other screen there, just barely southeast of Neola, which, Neola is kind of on the northwest side of Interstate 80 there, if you're traveling toward the northeast there. And then Minden is to the south, and this is coming right into Minden. And I'm looking at it, and I'm really, really fearful that we're going to have that come right over Minden. It sure looks like it's on that path here. So this is it right here. The camera's looking through rain, so it's not as impressive as some of the other videos that we've seen today or pictures, but it is impressive because this is happening right now and showing up on the radar right now as a couplet toward away right next to each other. And again, the hook, really impressive, that swirl. This sort of developed earlier down in northwest Mills County, tracked up into Pottawatomie County, crossed Highway 92, went up near Quick, and now is up here again in northern Pottawatomie County, just about into Minden, right like a mile southwest of Minden right now, and rain in between us because that camera is essentially right here. So kind of underneath rain, I'm circling where the camera is, and you're looking at the funnel is the swirl, the sweep is going by it right there, going right into Minden. So hopefully this is somehow not producing a tornado and it's just a funnel. Can't tell from this vantage point because it's so far away. Rain between the funnel and also the viewing point right here, but the radar sure looks really impressive. Go ahead, Andrew. Okay, well, we've seen several of these today, and our Bill Shambert is out in Elkhorn, and he's with a family that was hit by a tornado just a little earlier on this afternoon. Bill?
Yeah, Bill, if you can see the road behind me, this is Fort, 210th. You can see the power lines. You can see the new construction off in the distance. A lot of these neighborhoods are just decimated. And, you go one block in the other direction and homes are perfectly fine. I'm with the family, the Woodward family. This is Mike Woodward. You were home at the time, right, Mike?
We were. We're very fortunate. We have a bomb shelter basement, and we were down there, and you could hear it come, but we thought the house was fine. We came upstairs, but then you walked outside, and we've lost pretty much every tree on the property. But nobody got hurt. Dogs were all good. Cat. Everybody was in the basement, so we were good.
What did it, so were you watching it come? What did it look like? What did it sound like?
We were watching the news, and it got really dark across the river to the west, and then actually Bill Ramby was pointing out, they zoomed in off that camera that was over on the Platte, over by West Shores, and it looked really nasty. So that's when we went downstairs, got everybody rounded up, and we knew we got hit. You could hear it, but we didn't know how bad until we got outside. So,
I've heard freight train. Is that about right?
We're so far down. We have a bomb shelter that's below the basement. All I could hear were things cracking and breaking, but nothing. It was just loud and windy. That was about it.
Talk about the speed. You already have a chainsaw out trying to.
We're trying to go get another chainsaw blade because this one's a little dull. We're not making much progress, but I can't get my car out of my yard. So we're going to try and get out on the right of way here. We got power lines down across the street, so I don't know if we'll get very far.
But everybody's safe.
Everybody's safe. That's all we can pray for. So thank God. Yep.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Again, 210th and Fort. This is kind of the Arbor Ridge neighborhood. We just got word that the Red Cross has set up shelter at is it Arbor Ridge Elementary? An elementary nearby. So, but yeah, lots of damage, Bill. I'll send it back to you.
Thank you so much. In Elkhorn, with damage from the earlier tornado. This is going on right now. There's a tornado emergency for northern Pottawatomie County near Minden. Apparently this is on the ground and tracking through Minden right now. Again, it's in the distance and we're shooting through rain, so it's difficult to see. But this is the camera at I-80 and I-880, and this is about 5 miles off to the southeast where the tornado is causing damage. We've got a live view from our Super Doppler 7 radar showing the velocity, and you see what's flashing there. That's the tornado emergency where spotters are saying a large tornado doing damage, unfortunately tracking there into, and the radar is just swept by and shown now a really strong signature there of the green toward red away. So what we call a couplet, a very impressive radar signature. And you know, depending on where you're, if you were 5 miles in the other direction, I'm sure this is looking like a large damaging tornado. Shooting this way, we can't see all the way through the rain. You see the funnel right here, but that is that cell. And this is going to cross I-80 also, just about 10 miles to the east of where the previous tornado that initially developed around Epley Airfield and is now crossing east of where 880 and 80 come back together, but north central, northwest Pottawatomie County, and then crossing the interstate again. So it's a very dangerous situation here, and you know, sort of rain wrapped, so making it more and more difficult to get a good sight on this thing. But this again, impressive view here. All right, let's go back to the radar here full, and where we are in Omaha is that the metro has seen the worst of the storms kind of pass out to the east present time. This is a live look at our Super Doppler 7 radar, and on the view here, here are the big storms. These are a little weaker. This is the confirmed tornado. And then if I look at a little wider view of reflectivity, there's a thunderstorm in Blair, and earlier we were mentioning that Sarah Feely was up there. There is still some clouded ground lightning. This is super impressive with the storm, as it's obviously really intensified and producing what looks like now a damaging tornado right over Minden. Looks like it's crossed over Minden. There's the velocity signature. You see the toward and away. So Minden, McGill, Shelby is right through here, and it continues to move in that direction. This is the correlation coefficient. You see the blob there. Unfortunately, that does look like damage occurring in that spot. And now right through here. So I'll just drag this back, and you can see where this went right over Minden. So this was the tornado right here. Really looked impressive on the radar, and we had the view of it. Here it is over Minden. You'll watch it right here. There's Minden. And now you'll see even more debris lifted into the air onto the current sweep. Crossing the interstate right now, just northeast of Minden. Confirmed tornado emergency. You see the hook and the way it looks on our radar at the present time here. The rest of Omaha, it looks like the worst of the storms are out of the metro now. Here's Douglas County, Sarpy County, Pottawatomie County. There may still be a little bit of lightning still over Council Bluffs, but those are lifting out. Let's go back to the tornado. Okay.
I just want to point out one real quick thing here.
Yeah, Rob.
We mentioned the mass casualty
event.
It apparently has expired at St. E's. They're saying they no longer need extra nurses to report.
That's awesome.
So that's a great, I just want to
Yeah.
point that out there. That's a great indication that possibly we're not going to have serious injury, too many serious injuries from this.
Thank you, Rob. Appreciate that. Look at that view. Again, right there, the wedge, not a wedge, but a tornado onto the ground here, where now it looks like the camera's buffering here, but rain between us and that. But we know, just looking at the debris signature, we know looking at the velocity, very impressive storm. That's this one right here. I'll zoom in, and just so that everybody else, okay, the rest of eastern Nebraska and southwest Iowa, this storm is not as impressive. It's crossing into northwest Missouri, Atchison County of Missouri, but we're fortunate that most of these storms are starting to track out to the northeast. Nathan Moore is out here, and wow. All right, so that is I-80 right here, and here's the storm that is a tornado and has just crossed I-80, and it's still sort of swirling and evolving. And I'll zoom in the radar here where we're at. That's this storm northeast of Minden and around McGill, still on the ground here. You see the cloud. So it went right over the interstate. I'm hopeful that people were paying attention and didn't get in the way, but our Nathan Moore has seen a lot today already, from a tornado on the north side of Lincoln to now this one here in the northern part of Pottawatomie County, and then now southern Harrison and Shelby County. It's right on the county line of Shelby and Harrison County. He continues to travel eastward on the interstate. Not too far, though, because it's just barely north of the interstate right now. All right. Looks like freezing up a little bit there. It's tough. It's tough. Hopefully that's pretty rural, but unfortunately it sure looked like Minden was right in the path of that. And, impressive looking velocity signature still just north of the interstate here. So it's right here. Again, it's kind of hilly there in western Iowa. You've got some areas where you can see a good view, and then other areas where you can't. So you got to be careful when you're traveling in a situation like this to make sure that you can see enough of the horizon to see where the storm would have gone through. Wow, okay. Ooh. Looks like cars are stopping here. And this is about probably where the tornado crossed the road here. Something. There's the, wow, look at the tornado here. What is this stuff on this debris on the damage on the road there? But look at that tornado now. My goodness. Again, that's tracking very near Shelby, just to the west of the community of Shelby, which is in far southwest Shelby County. Look at that. What a day of amazing tornadoes here in Nebraska and Iowa so far here today. There's the velocity. Here's the live look. It still looks really impressive, the swirl on the reflectivity pattern, and you see why. So this is most likely how this looked as it was coming over Minden. Again, we just couldn't see it because of the rain sort of wrapping around the storm here. But, this is it right back in through here. And then this is the, looking off to the east and southeast where you're, out of the storm itself and the rain-free base of the cloud. That's amazing stuff. Okay, tornado emergency with that one. And that is now up into Shelby County of Iowa. And Nathan Moore continues to travel eastbound. He's going to have to, I don't know if there's a place that he can turn around. Maybe he can get up to Avoca and then track north there, because that'll be a good view for him. And of course, he's knows where he's going in that situation here. So that's this storm right here. He's traveling this way. If he gets off here at Avoca and then travels north, that's I believe Highway 59. Yep. He can get up and if this storm stays together, that's going to be pretty close to Harlan. But to me, it looks like it's just barely off to the southwest of there. Let's see where that's going to go. It'll be close. This is the cell right through here, came through Minden, and the current path takes it close to Harlan, or just barely west of Harlan. Really, if you're in Harlan, you ought to go to safe shelter. Tennant is right in the path, though, and much more immediately so. Zoom in right there. So obviously smaller community, but man, if you're there, you've got to be in safe shelter. This thing is bearing down on you from the southwest, and still looks like it may be going to continue to track toward the north and also north-northeast. All right, severe thunderstorm warning there for western Pottawatomie County. New tornado warning over here. That is over here into Page County, south central Page County. Luke, anything on that one?
Yes. That one, National Weather Service is saying producing hail 1 3/4 inch in diameter, and that one is out till 6:30 p.m. I do not believe it is just radar indicated rotation there. They have not confirmed a tornado with that one.
Yeah, it looks pretty good, you know, away towards, so right near College Springs, and then also to the south. So that obviously has to be watched really closely as it moves up toward Clarinda. Man, if you're in Clarinda, please keep a close watch on this. And, you know, College Springs, you should be, you know, it's right over the top of you right now. Shamba, Page Center, Clarinda, heading in that direction. Tornado warning looks pretty good on radar at the moment. This cell, boy, oh boy, this is the most impressive one we have right now. Right there, nearing Tennant. Here is our velocity, and then our correlation coefficient. So perhaps this is debris wrapped in through here. A live look at our radar shows it right here. And you know, you get a little farther away, it's tougher for the radar to see through multiple trips of rain. It's shooting through a lot of rain to get there. And just watching the sweep as it updates here. Yeah, I mean, it still looks like you know, really good hooked up storm. It doesn't look like, you know, what's interesting now is that it's not rain wrapped anymore. So we saw that from the view that Nathan Moore had, but that thing is just about on top of Tennant now. And if you're in Tennant, again, tornado emergency here, where this thing went right over Minden. And, you know, I mean, here's a situation where you're going to have to find out maybe there was a lot of damage in Minden. You had rural parts of Pottawatomie County, but these other storms have tracked over these areas too. So, you know, I know we're out in Elkhorn, I know we're up in Blair, but there are a lot of communities that are greatly affected by these tornadoes today. Maybe the worst tornado outbreak that we've had to go right over the Omaha Metro in the 32 years that I've been covering the weather here here at KETV. Live look. Again, the storms continue to track out to the northeast. The tornado warning here. If you're in Harlan, please watch this really closely. It'll be a very close call. You see this signature of the couplet, the toward and away. Here's our live velocity look at it, and it's right there. Let's hope. Here's toward, here's away. Maybe it will stay just west of Harlan, because if I zoom in here, you'll see, you know, Harlan is a pretty big blob of city streets and houses in here. We got thousands of people that live there. We don't wish these storms to go over any areas, obviously, but if it stays here, it'll be a lot more rural, and you wouldn't have the amount of damage, although somebody, unfortunately, is going to be getting damage from this storm as it passes over their farmstead or their house. But really impressive right here, right over Tennant right now, and tracking northeastward, so close to or just west of Harlan, Iowa. All right, we've got Nathan Moore in Shelby. Wow. So that's the tornado out here. And that, again, wow, it's almost like the wall cloud. is down to the ground here, but he's got a great view. He's in Shelby and looking up to the north there. And I guess we're going to see maybe where this went. Here's probably a good view coming up. Wow. Wow. See the wedge right here. Onto the ground. Whole thing is turning. So this is a really impressive looking storm where you've got, such broad rotation, and then, tough to track sometimes, but he, I think, was able to get to Avoca, up 59, back to Shelby, and now he's traveling up from behind this storm. And this is, again, right over Tennant right now. You see even up here where he's looking, you can see there's the lift going on back behind this storm. Storm View Live, Nathan Moore, Storm Chaser. All right, so here's the scud clouds. Those are trying to lift back up. Cell signal sometimes not perfect when you get out here, but we got a new tornado warning down here? I think that's the old one, right?
It looks like the one we're
expired.
following in Harrison and Shelby that has the emergency tornado warning on it. I don't know if it was to 6:30 earlier, but now it's the 6:45. They just put out that.
Well, obviously this view, I mean, that's just a phenomenal looking tornado. I mean, very impressive. I mean, that's got to be more than a half-mile wide from where he's looking, and almost like the whole wall cloud is just rotating and then down to the ground. So, boy, this is just so close to Harlan. Let's hope it stays just west. Really impressive circulation that developed in far northern Mills County, tracked through Pottawatomie County, crossed up into Shelby County here, right over Tennant. Here's a live look. And look at the damage there. Yeah, so this is just unfortunately a farmstead that was in the path. And, continues to churn up into Shelby County, getting closer to the middle of Shelby County. It's amazing in this day and age now where you've got these cameras that can stream really good quality, and then you've got cell signal out in the middle of rural Shelby County. But look at it. Look at that storm. And of course, he's broadcasting this signal to us, but he's going to have this video, which will be much higher quality than we're able to see being shared this way. But it's still incredible. You can see it live where these things are happening. So just watching to see how close this is going to come to Harlan. Huge storm. Little tiny satellite funnels or tornadoes rotating around the parent. And there you can see the cloud churning up dust, debris, and obviously having caused a bunch of damage here. Let me see the correlation coefficient. It's right there. I mean, there's just a huge chunk of debris when you get a tornado like that is continuing and really has an impressive velocity signature, correlation coefficient, and then just the reflectivity. So you can see there are, houses out there. You hope that it somehow stayed away from the majority of them. There's a lot of open space in between. And as you travel up here into Shelby County, so he's likely traveling, I don't know if there's a road in there from Shelby up to Tennant. I bet there's a county road that he's probably on. Sure. Looks like there's a series of county roads, and then Hackberry Road kind of goes right up into the east side of Tennant there. And now this thing is nearing Harlan with its debris ball, and look at that. This is just amazing. So this is kind of coming around. There's Tennant, I think, is what you're seeing there, and he's coming around it. That must be that Hackberry Road. And there's the storm, just off to the northeast there. It looks like it went very near to the Tennant, or just to the east side of Tennant, and now there it is. Look at it churning. So you get these views back this way. That's the community of Tennant, and now this is where the tornado is located, still churning just barely southwest of Harlan, Iowa. Let's just hope this thing kind of keeps the path that it's on and doesn't hit Harlan proper. But boy, if you're in Harlan, you got to be in safe shelter here. Tornado emergency here for Shelby County, Iowa. Tornado producing damage, churning up the ground, but unfortunately has been hitting areas of homes, and looked like it went over Minden. This same tornado looked like it went over the little community of Tennant and is nearing Harlan, but perhaps will be just west of Harlan. There's a view of a water tower coming up on, maybe that is Tennant where he's looking from. Pretty amazing. A live look from Nathan Moore in Shelby County, Iowa, where he's seeing a tornado that has produced damage and still looks like it's on the ground to the northeast of Tennant. So you see Tennant right there on the map, and you see the hook, and look at that. So this is that right there is what you're seeing of that cloud, that swirl. Rain in there, just barely, you're right, missed that farm. But now just west of Harlan, and looking like it continues to track. Boy, that is just an incredible velocity signature right there. It's still as tight as it gets, just 2 miles west of Harlan, and huge chunk of debris right there, and still tracking. You know, it's my producer Andrew's asking what kind of EF tornado do you think that is. You never know until you go look at the damage afterwards. I mean, a big tornado like that, I mean, you would guess that, you know, surely it must be an EF2 or EF3 tornado. A lot of times you won't see something stronger than that unless it happens to hit a populated area where you can really gauge the damage by a strong, structurally sound house that got hit. Well, we saw it at Elkhorn where the trees were knocked down, but somehow the house was missed, or in between houses. There'll be a lot of what's going on there. So, you know, this tornado, you know, probably as impressive as the tornado was out in Elkhorn, or maybe even more so, but very, very near Harlan and continuing to track to the northeast. Let's go real quick to Bill Shammert and then come back to this. Bill Shammert's out at Elkhorn. He's got a live update on damage out there. Bill, give us the latest there.
Yeah, Bill, I know I don't want to take too much of your time right now, but this is, again, 210th and Fort. We're on the south side of Fort. You're looking towards the north. You can see a family just crossed with a suitcase, their puppy. Again, from what we've told, no serious injuries, but if I can get photographer Stephen Getz to pan over here, this is a lot of newer construction mixed with homes that are still being built. I talked to a couple of builders in the area who are standing next to us. They say most of what you are looking at as far as damage goes, those homes were occupied. So chaos, devastation, and homes that, Bill, they've just been decimated. I'll toss it back to you.
Yeah, very good. Thank you, Bill. Look at the picture there. You know, obviously half a home missing there. This is back in Shelby County, Iowa, very near Harlan, where there's a tornado, and we're just hoping this thing stays barely west of Harlan. This is about 1.5 miles west of Harlan, and Nathan is about 2 miles southwest of that. You see the swirl, and you see it churning on the ground there, just to his east. And I'm just, by looking at his video and looking where he's at, I'm guessing he's right in about this area here. And you know there's some farmsteads and some homes that have been hit, but that is just crazy stuff. Churning up through the middle of Shelby County, but it looks like this is about a mile or two west of Harlan. And, while it still looks impressive here, before it was solidly wedged down to the ground, very, very large, and which is typical. Sometimes it will look like that and then it will pick back up a little bit. I mean, this is still touching the ground, producing some damage, but hopefully, maybe it's on a weakening trend. It does look like this has passed just barely west of Harlan on my latest live sweep here that I've seen come through, and you see it up there. Harlan, Iowa, I will circle for you on the map right there. And the storm itself is, again, about a mile and a half, maybe 2 miles to the northwest of Harlan. And I'll put the debris on there so you can see this blob right here is debris in the air, and that's very unfortunate. Somebody has been hit by this tornado. Multiple places probably have been because it's been on the ground for a long time, but it appears it's been just barely northwest of Harlan. Now it's about to cross Highway 59, which kind of runs north-south through the middle of Shelby County. And you imagine there's probably, if there are more homes, that probably along that. And then farther up to the north here is Defiance, Iowa. If we're really lucky. Looks like this is missing Westphalia. This is the track that it's been on here, about like that. If it continues and somehow can cross 59 and then miss Defiance, because Defiance is another community up there, just a little farther north. And, you got a fair amount of homes there. And as I said earlier, we certainly don't wish this on anybody, but we'd love for it to not hit the towns, the larger communities. And you'd wish that somehow it could just stay in a rural part of these counties, or if it hits a farm, if it's over the farmland and not the farmstead. I mean, there is a fair amount of spacing out here. This is a pretty big tornado, though, still, and still looks like it has the debris signature showing up right through here. But, I mean, look at that. There's the town of Harlan right here. This is all streets and the city, and here's the debris. So these people hopefully are in safe shelters, but the emergency managers and the spotters, that are out, I mean, this thing is just a mile and a half northwest where the debris is in the air and that tornado's on the ground. Yeah, let's go back to Nathan Moore. He's in Harlan. Wow. So he's gotten all the way up onto Highway 59 in this storm, and it has gone just barely northwest of Harlan, fortunately, which we thought it would, and hopefully it would. Looks like it's getting ready to cross Highway 59 just north of Harlan now. You see the swirl there, but still a tornado emergency. Still looks like a tornado churning through there. It is kind of hilly. Once you get north of Harlan, Highway 59 is sort of up and down, so it's you got to be careful when you're traveling on that, as you don't want to, you get up into it, you you don't have a lot of roads you can turn off on to get away from it. Oh, it looks like, sort of looking back, and now up into the storm. So there it is. Wow. Still super impressive looking tornado. Sometimes it's the direction you're looking at it from. But that's definitely on the ground still, and a huge tornado just now north of Harlan, tracking up Highway 59 and off to the north and east from there. Hopefully crossing there and then missing Defiance. That would be great. Huge tornado. Now about 4 miles north of Harlan. Go ahead, Luke. Is your microphone on? Yeah.
Yes, the National Weather Service says they're seeing intensification near Clarinda. We've also seen reports of wall cloud near Bradyville and Clarinda in that location there.
Awesome, Luke. Thanks. That's one we earlier mentioned but hadn't been keeping close tabs on. But let's go ahead and get down here. And boy, there's another tornado warning down here for Holt County into Nottoway County. Okay, that is, wow, look at it. Yeah, we were talking about Clarinda. Should really be careful. And it looks like, so Bradyville is right there. And then you see the swirl, this couplet right here. So just southeast of Clarinda, barely. And, kind of in the direction of Newmarket. Looks like it's headed that way. Let's check their correlation coefficient. Doesn't look like there's any debris in the air right here, right now, which is great. But there is definitely a pronounced couplet, so that's something that we'll have to keep tabs on and keep watching. Let's get back up here. You can see there are fewer warnings now, which is why we focused more time on this Harlan one, because we know it's a huge tornado on the ground, kind of between Harlan and Defiance. You see how impressive this is here, where these colors, the green is coming toward Omaha, and that speed is, oops, I want to clear that out. This green is coming toward Omaha at 40 miles an hour, and that pink, that can't be, but says 140 miles an hour away. This pink right here says 116, so maybe. So anyway, a huge tornado right there, right here. This is Kirkman, which is a fairly small community, but obviously some city streets and or a few blocks there, and this storm is just barely west of there. Here is the correlation coefficient, and again, a huge blob of damage or debris in the air. And this is crossing, as we mentioned, kind of between Harlan and Defiance. This is debris. There's Harlan. Defiance is right up here. So again, this is the Weather Service has been doing a fantastic job on projecting the path on these. And you can see the polygon they've drawn, and they give it a lot of room on both sides, but the direction is this. So it is continuing, and it looks like it's going to be east of 59 and east of Defiance, and probably west of Irwin and just west of Kirkman up into north central Shelby County. But amazing tornado. Yeah, Rob.
Along those lines, this thing is a beast. It looks like is it just feeding on itself, or how long can this thing stay on the ground?
Well, it's out ahead. If it were to merge with another storm, that would cause it to weaken, but it's kind of out ahead of these other clusters of thunderstorms, and it has moisture feeding in and good inflow on this side. So it could keep going for, another hour if everything stays in that environment. What happened with the storm, the one that formed earlier down by Fairbury and then produced the tornado by Lincoln had the circulation all the way through Omaha, West Omaha, and has now gone all the way up, but finally weakened as it's gotten north of Monona County, Iowa here. So as it gets into some cooler air up there, you imagine once it gets up, kind of into Crawford and Carroll County, it will start to weaken as the other ones have too, but impressive.
It's been on the ground for a while.
Oh, for sure. This still looks really impressive, and this is the one that developed kind of north of Pacific Junction in far northern and kind of even north of Glenwood, and then started looking like it had some damage in southern Pottawatomie County, just as you crossed over from say the direction of Glenwood up into Pottawatomie County, and it's still there. So still has the debris signature. Still has, this is our live radar, and again, really good-looking signature. The correlation coefficient is getting lost a little bit here on our radar. Let's check the Weather Service's radar here. The velocity couplet, correlation coefficient, it's a little bit behind, but there still was debris in the air right here, although the storm itself is up here now. So that's one of the things when we're looking at the National Weather Service's radar, there's a little bit of a delay in computed products like this, like the correlation coefficient. Here's our live view, and the best way I can show this one probably is to go back in time a little bit. and show you where it went so we can see where it's currently located. So if we go back, this is the debris, and it was an impressive wedge tornado right here, and its track crossed Highway 59 and is sort of right in here right now. So northwest of Kirkman and just east-southeast of Defiance. If there is still some debris, which I imagine there is, the velocity still looks pretty impressive, green toward, red away, and we're getting out a little farther away where the signature on velocity on the National Weather Service's radar looks pretty good. We're waiting for that one to update. We haven't seen a new picture on that, but sort of looks like right here, probably where there would be the tornado occurring. I don't know if Nathan Moore still has that stream up or not. At any rate, tornado emergency.
And Bill, just to
6:45.
Bill, to go off to what you and Rob said earlier, I looked at the Storm Prediction Center. They put out their mesoscale discussion about, how long can this environment last? And what they've been saying is they got, the clearing skies in front of these storms out in, western Iowa, which helped temperatures warm up to the 70s, which made the air mass pretty buoyant. So these storms had a lot of fuel moving into western Iowa. And what they're hoping, and the tornado watch is issued for western Iowa until 9 p.m., is as our temperatures drop throughout the evening, that is going to decrease the buoyancy and hopefully take away some of the fuel for these storms. So we're just waiting for those temperatures to drop is kind of what the Storm Prediction Center is saying, and hopefully that will help decrease the potential that these storms have.
Good summation, Luke. And if you get a sec while we get back to this here, get the temperature in Carroll and over toward Denison and Audubon, and we'll get a sense for what's kind of feeding into the environment there. All right, so not confirmed, but really impressive looking tornado warned storms down here east of Clarinda and now into Adams and Taylor County here of southwest Iowa. There's Corning, there's Bedford, big storm right here. The velocity couplet continues to look fairly good. This is the one that we showed going earlier through, I believe it was Newmarket. Yep. So it tracked this way and now is over here, and there's a new tornado warning over into this area of Adams County and then a corner of Taylor County here. So pretty big storms, but those may have a little bit better moisture and warmth being a little farther south, but the dynamics, the spin in the atmosphere is a bit greater up here to the north. Let's see what other communities might be in the path. We've been pretty fortunate, as we mentioned. Harlan, it went to the west and north of Harlan. Defiance, it's gone to the east and southeast. That's toward and away, so it's kind of going between Defiance and Irwin, but looks like it's headed right in the direction of Manila. And if this doesn't change, there's Astor, but Manila is a little bigger community there. So hopefully it will change a little bit from its path, but it's in a spot where there is still the debris here, and that is tracking toward the northeast. So boy, if you're in Manila, you got to get to some safe shelter. This thing is headed in that direction where there is a tornado warning until 7 o'clock confirmed tornado. That's Crawford County. Rob, Quinicia, update on damage?
At Epley Airfield, our reporter Jessica Perez is there, and she says that passengers just heard that operations are back to normal at Epley. We reported earlier that they had several flight delays because of storm damage there, and we have a photographer there right now as well. There's damage at General Aviation, so we're working on getting you those photos and videos of that. But again, operations at Epley Airfield are back to normal now.
Yeah, it's obviously going to take a little bit of time to get everybody, all the planes back up. We are seeing a number of people sending in videos of who were sitting on the plane and got shots of the tornado coming in onto the tarmac. Actually, I'm trying to get that switched over here and show that video too. It just shows how dramatic it is. It's insane.
That's insane.
That's a great way to put it. There are a number of outages still. OPPD is reporting just over 9,000 outages right now, and that's I mean, it shows pretty much, as our producer Andrew was telling us, it shows pretty much the track of where the tornado went.
In those areas that were
Yep.
affected,
Yeah.
so.
And we still do not have a number on how many people have been injured. This is, you're looking at the OPPD map right there. You can see the colors, the color chart on the side there. If it's very pale, it's 1 to 100 people, all the way up to more than 2,500 people is the darkest color. We're trying to get estimates of the number of people injured. We've got just a couple. There was 11 people St. E's was treating just from their area alone. That was not for the entire metro area. And we also earlier.
Yeah, Bryan Health had two patients that they were treating from injuries from the tornado, and we're still waiting to get an update from them because, you know, at this point we don't know if there are more patients that they've had. But as of now, from what we know, 2 patients were treated at Bryan Health. And
we do also want to put out there, if you need help or just want to talk to someone, the Red Cross and the Salvation Army are joining forces. They're at Arbor View Elementary. This is in Elkhorn. It's at 5115 North 208th Street. The Salvation Army and the Red Cross are there if you want to talk to somebody and get a cup of coffee or something.
Yeah, and there's also, if you're in the Bennington area, there is a church there, I believe it is Three Timbers Church, that they are offering shelter and food to those who need it. Right now, I'm actually going to check to make sure that I'm giving you guys the correct name of that church. But again, this is in the Bennington area. There is a church there giving shelter. It is, St. John's and Three Timbers Church. That's open if you need shelter. We know that there was a lot of damage in that area, and Blair as well. I mean, just Washington County.
And it's not even counting what's happening in Iowa right now. You know, see all those towns right directly under the gun. Also in Douglas County, if you or someone you know suffered damage, call 211. The Douglas County Emergency Management Agency wants to hear from you. You can also go to DOGIS.org to fill out a report. So call 211 if you want to get in touch with someone from the Douglas County Emergency Management Agency. Bill, I want to go back to you. What are we seeing there in the radar?
Well, Luke just handed me this report that the Weather Service is thinking there might be 2 tornadoes now over there in that northern part of Shelby County. It kind of looks like there are 2 little separate areas of circulation. I shouldn't say little, but it looks that way on the radar. But this is the storm we've been tracking, and also here and then over by Irwin. So there may be 2 tornadoes in this area. At least that's what the Weather Service is considering as a possibility. And you know, we have to keep on looking at the possible damage that's occurring here. And we've been seeing this blob right here, and that's still there. But as you look at this now on a newest scan, one here and possibly another piece right here. So it could be that there are 2 separate little tornadoes or 2 separate funnels that have formed out of that one giant circulation we've been tracking here. General aviation, look at that. That, I mean, you know, those hangars, those buildings, some of them are not made out of brick, but you know, you saw the tornado as it happened, and all of a sudden something just flew up in there. Well, that's what it was. Wow, that is awful. Epley Airfield, we saw this happen live on our Skycam. Our producer, Andrew Bryan, had it punched. He said, we got to go to this right now, and had the tornado on the ground there, just spinning up on the tarmac at Epley. And of course, we're going to see more videos of that going on, but we saw it as it happened. Okay, up here, possibly still the tornado emergency going on, and that's extended up here into Manila. This is hopeful. You see what happened with the blue, which is the really impressive signature of debris. And I go back here, it was here, and then it was here, and now latest, maybe the debris has weakened a bit, so maybe the tornado is lifting up there. It's my hope, because again, the next thing in the path was going to be, you'll see this right here, Manila, Iowa, but it's possible that this storm has weakened. Doesn't mean it's going to continue to weaken, because we've seen that before. However, I did feel like farther north and east you get, you probably have temperatures maybe only in the lower 60s up here, up toward Carroll and over toward Audubon. And when you have that east-southeast wind feeding into it, it may not be the same kind of energy that these storms developed in a little bit earlier on. Again, that's getting pretty far out to the north and east from Omaha.
Yeah, Bill, one more thing you mentioned earlier, seeing the temperatures that are flowing into this storm.
Yep.
And if you look in Carroll, which, Carroll County, Iowa, the temperature is 59 degrees. So
Right.
they are cooling a little bit up there. So hopefully, since they have an easterly wind that's going into this storm, we hope that can help these weaken a little bit.
Awesome, Luke. Thanks. Yeah, so, you got an east-southeast wind feeding in here, which, in a tornado environment, that's a good direction. But if it's cool air feeding in, maybe that's what's causing this updraft to weaken. We saw it happen earlier with the storm that had tracked a little farther west, and the one that began near Epley Airfield and then tracked up. It weakened as it got up here into Monona County, and then the storm that had tracked over western Douglas County and Elkhorn. You saw the power outages there. I mean, I'm telling you, there are going to be many more homes and neighborhoods that were impacted by that tornado, that area west of Bennington. I mentioned earlier that West Shores, and there are maybe some of the sandpit lakes that are down along the Platte River. There are going to be some places that we're still going to find out that there was damage there. At any rate, this is what we have right now. The storm farther up into, that looks bad, nearing Manila here. You see the away and toward very near Manila. I'm hopeful that maybe the funnel is just there and it's weakened a bit, but it's just about on top. See this? This is away, green is toward. The storm is moving that way. And this is a little bit old, but this is 101 miles an hour next to 12 toward. And the storm is moving probably 40 or 50 miles an hour that way. So if you subtract the 50 here, that would be 50 that way and 62 this way. So still a really impressive circulation just about on top of Manila, Iowa. Don't know what's going to happen with it, but just hoping that perhaps it will weaken a bit as it moves in. It looks like it's just about on top of Manila, and there is still maybe a little bit of debris right here showing up on the radar here. Wider view, we're getting a couple of really big storms farther down into southwest Iowa. This is good news, though, down in Maryville and Nottoway County. Severe thunderstorm warning, but not a tornado warning that we had earlier. Tornado warning here for Taylor County, and also to the north, Adams County. Still have tornado warnings on both of those. The velocity couplets are there, and if you're in these areas, you just have to keep watching, because this could spin. This could spin, and they're in locations where the atmosphere is still really set up dynamically with the low-level turning and the strong upper-level winds, where maybe this stuff could become the next tornadoes. It's just about to get out of the Channel 7 viewing area, though. Once they get beyond Creston, we generally don't cover them, and you can see farther out to the west here, you just have some showers and maybe a little bit of light rain or a cooler breeze here over the Omaha Metro. So the confirmed tornado that we had tracking up here near Manila, Iowa. Let's look at the velocity. Still looks bad. Correlation coefficient, that's better. Don't see anything. There's our velocity. That looks really impressive. Just about to get out of range of our radar, but that looks bad. Right about on top of Manila. And then hopefully it's just because the circulation is a little higher up. At this point, the radar beam is at 4,200 feet in the atmosphere, so 4,000 feet up. And then this is the correlation coefficient. Don't really see it right over Manila. So hopeful that maybe it's not, maybe it's just a funnel cloud at that point, but we don't know. And again, if you're in Manila, I would sure be in safe shelter and not be thinking about, possibly the tornado has lifted. It's been on the ground for an hour plus. I mean, this thing tracked, it looked like, all the way across Pottawatomie County from southwest to northeast, and then all the way across Shelby County, and now is up here. So here's another spot where you're probably going to have damage in the communities this came across, and that was Minden for sure. I know there are some houses and areas that have been built up pretty substantially here from quick all the way to this east side of Council Bluffs, McClelland, just east of Underwood. But again, that storm is now all the way up here, very near Manila, and the velocity couplet still shows, but we don't show debris in the air over Manila anymore. So hopeful that maybe that's an improved sign there. Here is the reflectivity. Better news for most of eastern Nebraska. At least the cleanup can continue, and some light of day still left here. Still have, again, tornado warned counties here, Adams and Taylor. Severe thunderstorm warning for Nottoway County, but it does look like the storms are starting to pass Maryville. And then this is a tough thing up here because, you know, looking at that tornado, there certainly was some damage. Tennant looks like it was hit here, and you see the thunderstorms there. Impressive cloud to ground lightning occurring here. This is going to move over this area where I'm sure people are trying to get out and help others that have been hit by the tornado that came through, but that's still working on into Shelby County here. This thunderstorm line doesn't look like it's got any rotation in there that we can see. I'll take that off. You don't see any spots in there. Got a severe thunderstorm warning, but then the confirmed tornado warning up here, Manila. So this is, once it gets beyond Manila, you're pretty rural here. All the way up here to west side, there's Vale and there's Denison. So and then you got to go farther over to Carroll. So if this keeps on working, this is pretty rural out here. And maybe it will weaken. West side up there is the next most, not even really super populated area, but there you go. All right, let's see if there's anything on their correlation coefficient. No, great.
And Bill, we're starting to get a lot of the damage reports in from the National Weather Service of either homes destroyed in Harlan or Shelby County, Iowa, where significant damage, and Portsmouth, Harlan, destroyed homes, a lot of flipped cars. Those are all starting to flood in now.
Yeah, it's going to be a long night of correlated the damage, and quite honestly, probably a long weekend and number of days where the damage reports are going to come in, and there's just such large areas here that will have to be surveyed, that will have a lot to really sort out, and then a lot to take care of over the next mentioned weekend, days, maybe even weeks. Rob, Quinicia?
All right, yeah, I just want to give everyone an update if you're just now tuning in or just now seeing. We know that 11 patients were treated at CHI St. Elizabeth. They're all expected to be okay. Again, Bryant Health had 2 patients that they treated from damages, from injuries from the tornado. So we're still, of course, waiting for updates. We don't know if that number is going to increase as time goes on. We did hear from Jessica Perez that operations at Epley Airfield are back to normal right now. Of course, so many flights were delayed, and we know that there was damage at the general aviation there. We have a photographer there who is preparing to send us footage and video of that.
Yeah, we saw quite a bit of damage from our reporters, Bill Shammer, Sarah Feely out there, Jessica Perez. The Millstone Estates near Blair took a direct hit, and a number of houses there leveled. Along 204th and Ida, there was a ton of tree and home damage. 204th and Pacific, the same deal. The Ramblewood neighborhood, there was a lot of damage there. Roofs gone. Near Crescent, there was it's just repeating the amount of damage that's out there. The assessment is going to be going on, almost immediately. We are expecting to hear from the Omaha Police Department here pretty shortly. They had a staging area in the Elkhorn area.
And they've actually sent in more officers to help with 911 calls around the city because of the response to this. So, I mean, they are just all hands on deck.
Yeah, and we'd also heard the hospitals were doing that earlier, but then they pulled back from that, thankfully, when they realized that they didn't need, or they were able to handle the amount of injuries that we're seeing so far. I imagine that number will continue to go up, especially as we saw the damage that and the size of the tornado as it churned through western Iowa, in Minden and Neola, places like that. In Harlan, we're still waiting to see still waiting to get our crews there to see exactly what that damage is. It could be, hopefully it's not, but it could be substantial. We have to prepare for that as well. Want to say also Red Cross and Salvation Army, I want to stress this, that they're at Arbor View Elementary. If you don't have family and friends to go to, or you want to go there if you've been impacted by the storm, that's Arbor View Elementary.
They actually posted, there's an update. They're actually at 204th and West Maple.
Oh, so it's
in
not,
St.
okay.
Patrick's Park. Yeah, so they had first,
Perfect.
first
Okay.
OPD said Arbor
Thanks.
View Elementary, but they updated that, made a correction. They said it's at 204th and West Maple, St. Patrick's parking lot. Also, we want to let you know too, Douglas County, if you or someone you know has home damage, you're going to want to call 211. They want to hear from everyone who has damage because of these tornadoes.
Okay, and we're saying our reporter out in Elkhorn with where the police department or police are, they're saying this news conference is going to be starting here fairly soon in the next few minutes. So just want to keep telling you that, excuse me, if you have somebody who's been damaged or injured by this, get them help, obviously. Go to the Red Cross, go to the Salvation Army. We want to stress that as well.
Yeah, and I mean, we've seen people coming together. I mean, neighbors are checking in on each other. That's what Bill told us over in Elkhorn. The damage is, I mean, it's hard to look at. You're seeing the insides of people's homes. You're seeing just the top of some homes just completely devastated, leveled homes. A lot of that, again, was in the Elkhorn area, Bennington, Blair area, and now we're seeing the tornado go through southwest Iowa and Minden and Neola. So we're just, I mean, hoping that it's not too destructive there, but we'll have to wait and see.
And Luke and Bill, are there warnings, still active warnings right now?
Yeah, we do still have some active warnings. The question people are wondering, is there still a tornado on the ground up in Iowa? We don't know for sure. My guess is that it's probably lifted at this point, but there's still a tornado warning over here, and the cell has kind of gone north of Manila here. There's still this radar signature that we look at here north of Manila where there's a toward and away, so a couplet there. So it's possible, but and there's a little weakness in the correlation coefficient, but when we've been seeing damage so far today, it's been the blue in the spot where we have the rotation, and we don't have that right now. But there is still a tornado warning there in that southeast part of Crawford County. And then we do have a couple of tornado-warned storms farther down here. Those are nasty cells in western Shelby County, but they don't look like they're producing tornadoes. This, again, tornado warnings, Adams and Taylor County here in southwest Iowa. And I keep on mentioning that this is an area where these things could spin up into tornado producers. So if you're in Creston, Iowa over here, you really want to keep watching because this cell is sort of headed in your direction. It's not there yet. There's not a warning there yet, but Corning underneath the thunderstorm here. But it looks like maybe the risk of rotation would be right in through here just to the east. Yes, Andrew. Omaha Fire Chief's got a news conference in Elkhorn right now.
And I'll just close with, we anticipate an additional update probably around 9 o'clock this evening. And then Chief Schmatter will provide some information.
All right, thank you, Chief. The preservation of life and the continuity of emergency services is something the Omaha Police Department is most concerned with right now. We have extra officers that are being called in so that we can assist with traffic control, assist with any searches, and to ensure 911 services continue to go on throughout the city. That is in place. If you need 911, call us, please. We're staging to be ready for any emergencies. We're also here for mutual aid to any other counties and any other cities that may be here to assist. Right now, our prime consideration is traffic control, search and rescue, and supporting the Omaha Fire Department, who's in charge of this scene at the moment. We've been very fortunate with very few injuries. It seems like our warning systems in the city of Omaha have been very effective. Chief Bossman and I are here to take any questions if you have any at this time.
You said a few injuries. Do you have a number on that at this time?
Right now, we know of 2 people that have been transported with minor injuries.
Can you lay out, in terms of area, the extent of the damage and kind of maybe where the storm went?
Well, we know the storm tracked along 215th Street in Maple and continued a little bit past 4th Street. And so that took out a number of houses up there. A lot of them, I'm not sure, were even occupied, new construction. So that's an area of concern. As far as the other pockets of the city, I'm not sure of the extent of the damage, but Chief Bossman did touch on numerous areas that were hit.
Why do you think injuries were so few?
Chief Bossman and I, at this point in time, think the warning systems in the city of Omaha and Douglas County and our surrounding area were highly effective. The meteorologist who gave us advance notice of quite some time played out in our favor on this occasion. We were not hit upon a sudden storm. People had warning of this, and that saved lives in our opinion right now.
So 2 minor injuries, and then is there one in the Blair area?
Not sure of the Blair area. We do have houses destroyed, so we need to make sure we check all those houses for any injured people, and that's part of our search and rescue that we will conduct.
Do you know anything about the potential damage at the airport?
I'm not familiar enough to talk about it. I know they suffered some, at least property damage to private planes and things like that. But anything more extent from that, I don't know. I would defer to the fire department if they do.
Chief Bossman, with the hardest hit areas, can you tell us again what Omaha Fire has been working with?
Yes, so we have crews dispatched to the hardest hit areas right now. They're going to be putting together a strategic plan for a detailed search of the area, starting with the properties with the most damage. We'll be looking for, throughout the property in debris piles. We're looking in basements, trying to find any victims and make sure everybody is rescued that needs assistance.
Do you know any schools or churches, businesses that were impacted by this?
I don't have that number.
You said you could be potentially looking for victims in debris piles or basements. Do you have any notion that could have happened?
Just given the nature of the damage, it's possible that there could be victims in there, or certainly individuals who need help out of a property that's unsafe. So that is part of our plan, is to look at each property and make sure everybody is out that needs help out.
Okay, everybody, thank you. We will keep you updated as things develop. That's where we're at right now. We appreciate you coming. Appreciate your advance warning to our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, appreciate it. Chief Bossman, could you...
Says Fire Chief Kathy Bossman.
We didn't.
Talking, and is Sean live? We can go to Sean if he's there. Okay, he's getting more information from the Fire Chief Kathy Bossman and also Police Chief Todd Schmatter there.
Yeah, so what we know right now, 2 people transported with minor injuries, they just told us. Chief Schmatter really credits those warning systems in Omaha. He says those have really been effective in reducing the number of injuries. Right now, it looks like they are checking all the homes affected for any people injured inside. Crews have been dispatched to the hardest hit areas. Fire Chief Bossman says that they're putting together a strategic plan for a detailed search of the area, starting with the properties that are the most damaged. But again, we're hearing straight from the chief. He's really, really grateful for the warning systems to let people know to take shelter. And he believes that made this situation a lot better than it could have been.
So far, yeah, right, yeah. Exactly. We also heard Kathy Bossman, the Chief Bossman, talk. They're going to look in debris piles and basements. I mean, that's it seems somewhat, that you have to do what you have to do.
Yeah.
If you have houses that are just leveled. We're still, of course, waiting to see what happens in Iowa, what the situation is there. We do know that there's been substantial damage across from Lincoln all the way to western Iowa. So it'll be interesting to see how long this tornado is on the ground, if it kept dipping down and popping up.
And we did get that update from Epley Airfield, sent us an update saying that operations are back to normal. They're back open, but they do have parts of the airport that were damaged by the tornadoes, which we knew, we saw, but they also just confirmed that for us as well.
Right, yeah, we saw it live. We saw it live on air from our Lewis and Clark Monument camera. The general aviation taking a hit, and we saw the damage there. Also, some photographs from our crews there. Let's go back over to Bill. How we standing there?
Yeah, you guys were asking, the tornado warning's done, what's going on here? Well, Luke and I were just chatting, and the circulation's still there, but this is the county that's covered by Des Moines. It's Crawford County in Iowa. Luke, you got an update on the tornado warning here, new tornado warning?
Yeah, this says as of 6:43 p.m., they say confirmed and large tornado located 5 miles southwest of Vail. And this warning goes out till 7:30 p.m. for Crawford County, Iowa.
Yep, so here's Vail right here. And again, we had been tracking that area, that circulation, the rotation. It's getting pretty far out away from where our radars are located. This is 5,700 feet above the ground. So when you're looking at a tornado there, it doesn't look quite the same as it would look like on the ground, but you see it's now about over Vail, and the warning is this one here, where this is from the folks over in Des Moines. They think maybe tracking a little more northward, but man, if you're in Vail, it's just about on top of you. And we had been showing this earlier on, the correlation coefficient. It still doesn't show damage or debris there, but it doesn't mean that there isn't a tornado there, and it's just not stirring something up that high into the ground. So at any rate, 7:30 now, eastern Crawford County, east of Denison, a tornado warning over here. So still have a warning there. And we still have those tornado warnings farther down into southwest Iowa. The storms are looking like they're east of Corning and northeast of Bedford. So these are the big population centers there. But I mentioned heading toward Creston. And again, looking at this is the velocity. So right there, that's away and green is toward. So there's still a defined couplet, this area right here where I look back here, you can see it. So this is, again, this could intensify, and it's headed toward Creston. So again, you want to keep on monitoring that one in the area around Creston. Back to the rest of the area here, and I look at the
Bill, one more thing.
viewing area. Go ahead, Luke.
They say it's a weather spotter confirmed there is a tornado in that Crawford County, Iowa tornado warning.
So that's the one that we're saying up around Vail. Did they give a latest location there on that now?
They say that tornado was located over Vail or 8 miles east of Denison, moving north at 35 miles per hour.
Yeah, so it's right here, and the velocity, I mean, it looks pretty good, right? That's away and toward here, so it's just about on top of Vail here. We're hopeful, maybe there isn't going to be damage with this one. Maybe it doesn't hit something that throws the debris that high up in the air, but still a big deal for folks that are in rural parts of Crawford County to the east of Denison. And this is tough for the people that are trying to recover that were hit around Tennant and northwest of Harlan. That's a nasty storm. I'll put the cloud-to-ground lightning on here. This is awful when you're trying to do recovery efforts or trying to look at stuff. Cloud-to-ground lightning, heavy rain, maybe some hail in this same location here. So this is a severe thunderstorm warned storm, not a tornado warning, but still a bad storm nonetheless. And as you look at the viewing area, that is out of the Omaha metro. But Bill Shambert, he's out here to the west in Elkhorn. Bill, I was trying to remember the name of the development west of Bennington, Newport Landing, I think. That's another area that looked like it was under the path of the tornado. But you're out in Elkhorn. Give us an update of what you have there.
Yeah, hey, Bill, we're out near 204th and Ida. We've been trying to get in a back way into that neighborhood we were showing you earlier, and everything is blocked because of downed power lines, which you can see. You can see the Salvation Army trying to get into that neighborhood. We have Bennington Rural Fire trying to get into that neighborhood. We have bulldozers trying to clear the power lines. We have some vehicles that are risking it by driving over the power lines. But what I want to show you is, I know this is a rural area, but this gives you an idea of the strength of the tornado that would have went here. The trees are just torn in half. You can see the debris. There's not a house within half a mile of us. So all of this debris probably came from that neighborhood that we were showing you earlier. I'm trying to explain the girth of the width of the devastation to get an actual idea of what kind of tornado we could have been dealing with. And it's at least a half a mile of destruction if you're looking east to west. So, sometimes you're just at a loss of words for what you see. Bill, send it back to you.
Bill Shambert, thanks for the report out of the Elkhorn area, and he's right. I mean, when you get out there, years ago, the tornado that came through Hallam at one point was 2.5 miles wide, and when you get out there in the middle of a half-mile wide damage path, you're like, it went from there to, it's hard to imagine how wide it was, but we saw the video of it. We saw the live feed from our cameras, and it was a wedge tornado on the ground over West Omaha. So we're just kind of uncovering the beginning of the damage. Unfortunately, there are going to be other neighborhoods that we'll find out had damage. And as I mentioned, that area west of Bennington, that Newport Landing, that looks like an area that maybe was hit. And then that West Shores area farther south, those areas. We're now really focused on the far eastern and northeastern reaches of our Channel 7 viewing area, but we do want to let the folks continue to follow along if they are up here in Crawford County. Still a very nasty thunderstorm in Crawford County, even from Harlan up to Dennison, very heavy rain and looking like there may be some hail in a few spots there, but mostly the potential for a tornado still. Luke was saying just a little bit ago that the Weather Service there in Des Moines, who has responsibility for this Crawford County and Carroll County, they issue the warnings for those counties. They had spotters saying there was a tornado on the ground in this area near Vail. As I widen out a little bit, the couplet doesn't look as great. Let me put it in what's called storm relative velocity and see if there's a better view of it. So these green colors coming toward Omaha and the red going away. So if you get a sense, this would be most likely, maybe this just near Vail or east of Vail would be if there is perhaps still a tornado. But that's right on US Highway 30 there to the east, northeast of Dennison, which is a pretty well-traveled road. A lot of folks take that path if they're headed up Dennison up to Carroll and as it swings over to the east there. So still some big storms there, still likely very heavy rain and hail. And Luke, I know you had a map made up with the rainfall totals from today on there. Did you still have that?
Yeah, if you give me 1 minute, I can pull it back up.
Okay, and that was on Max 1, so they can switch over to that if you get that but let Luke know when you're ready for him to take it and he can show you. But the only good thing that's happened today is that a lot of areas that have been really dry have gotten some beneficial rain, but at a cost here today, unfortunately, with the tornadoes that have come through, and I'm sure there's been some hail that has caused damage in some areas, possibly into around Sarpy County, it looked like, maybe also up into Pottawatomie County. And anywhere where we had these tornadoes, there's a tremendous amount of lift in the atmosphere, which then is usually a storm that winds up producing hail also. So we're going to probably see some damage from hail along with that. Closer to the metro, things have really settled down. There's a new tornado warning. I've been mentioning Creston, Iowa. You folks, a lot of folks over there do follow us. They're closer to Des Moines, but they tend to follow the weather from here just because we, in cases like this, tend to track things that have been in our viewing area and headed away. Not sure that they get us on over the air, but they will follow nonetheless. And you see this couplet right here. Again, this is just east of Corning and not too far from the county line going into, I believe that's Union County where Creston is at. Highway 34, which is right here. And there's the couplet, so this is green toward red away. So that's very impressive looking. And because of that tornado warning on this cell, which is, it's going to head right into Creston. And that's why the warning is drawn like this. This again is Des Moines coverage area. The National Weather Service puts this one out. That's the tornado warning. There's actually a couple of them here, but this cell tracking right into Creston, another storm down to the south. So you've got two tornado warnings, this tornado warning, and then also this tornado warning here. But going from Adams and Taylor County into Union County in the area around Creston there. Shelby County, bad thunderstorm right on the north side of Harlan right now as I've zoomed in right here. This looks like it, on our radar, shows the potential for some hail just right here on the north side of Harlan. So if I look at our correlation coefficient here, just barely north of Harlan, probably some large or at least 1-inch diameter hail, I would imagine, right there. And again, tracking off to the east. So that's where that tornado went through earlier. And now that same storm is all the way up here near Vail. And the velocity couplet still looks pretty good right over Vail where this is coming toward Omaha and the red is going away. This is what we call storm relative velocity right on Highway 30 up here in far eastern Crawford County, US Highway 30, where it kind of snakes around and goes just north of West Side over into Carroll County, Iowa. Potential tornado. Still have the tornado warning there until 7:30, another half hour for that one. Some good news that we've seen it sort of look less likely that there's going to be any more severe weather, even into western Iowa and eastern Nebraska here. The air has cooled a bit. We've seen the best instability move farther over. So these are the big storms now, and then this one up to the east of Denison here. That's a live look at Super Doppler 7 radar. Awesome. So let's go back to Quincy and Rob. We'll set you guys back up at the anchor desk there, where we've got that video again from Epley Airfield of the tornado as it started right there.
Yeah, this video. I think you hear or not. This video is a little different. This was sent in to us. It's not. This is so a viewer sent this video. This is the on the ground, as you can see, the in between the planes. This is actually on the tarmac and the runway. And we saw it the other reverse angle. We saw when it took out the general aviation building, but you can see this thing's just churning slowly between. We have it on a loop there now. It continues, and then right before it gets in the raw video, you see the people who are recording the video actually run for cover, smartly so. There's another video that we have. I'm going to try to get a process where it's rainy and you can see damage to the buildings as it happens. So this is just showing you how one of the multiple tornadoes, because as we were looking earlier, we saw huge tornadoes, right?
Yeah.
It was like a mile wide. I don't know. It was just a very large tornado. And that one seemed to be rather thin, but it did a significant damage there.
Yeah, and I mean, we just showed that video from Epley. Epley Airfields, we did hear that they reopened aircraft operations at 5:59 p.m., but we know that there was a lot of delays, so they're encouraging passengers to contact their airlines to find out the status of their flights. But a lot has happened in the last few hours, to say the least. We know that there have been people injured from these tornadoes in Lincoln, CHI St. Elizabeth. 11 patients were treated. They're all expected to be okay. We also heard from Bryant Health earlier. They treated 2 patients from injuries from these tornadoes. Here in Omaha, OPD, we just heard from Chief Todd Schmaderer. He says that they sent in more officers to assist with 911 calls. Right now, the big focus, it sounds like, is traffic control and search and rescue. So he mentioned, looking at my notes here, he mentioned that there were those warning systems in Omaha that he really thinks should be credited for the amount of injuries that we had. He feels that it could have been a lot worse had people not heard to shelter in place. Right now, 2 injuries here in Omaha, and from what I understand, he's not expecting it to be severe. So the chief of police is really grateful that those warning systems were in effect. They worked really well, and people were able to take cover.
Yeah, we even heard from one of the family members. Bill Shammer was talking to one of the family members, said he was watching Bill Ramby. Pointing out our sky cam so they could see in West Omaha exactly where the tornado was, and they ran for cover. I believe they called it their bomb shelter basement. So they were safe. Substantial tree damage at their place, but they were safe, which is the important thing. Fire department is going to be going through, they said, debris piles and basements. They're starting that right now. I just was in communication with Don Bacon, Congressman Don Bacon. He says staffs from all 5 of the people in the delegation, that would be the 3 congresspeople and the 2 senators, they're already drafting a letter, and they're going to work with Governor Jim Pillen, a letter for a federal emergency declaration, so that would release funds and manpower could come help. What is probably going to be a significant cleanup effort in the city. So that's already started looking, trying to get people help down the road, which is good. And then
we've got power outage reports from OPPD now. Just over 8,000 power outages reported. We talked about this earlier, but a lot of those outages were in those areas that were affected. They seem to correlate in the areas that were the hardest hit. Something we also want to remind you, if you or someone you know has damage to their home, Douglas County wants you to call 211. Again, that is 211. They want to hear from everyone whose home was affected by this tornado.
We're also getting reports of hail from this.
So many.
Yeah, getting a lot of people taking pictures. Keep sending them in, because your pictures and your video is really helping us tell this story.
Yeah.
A lot of the hail that I saw in Papillion area went from pea-sized to golf ball size. I don't know if there was larger than that. Bill and Luke, if you heard anything larger than that reported anywhere. So.
Yeah, haven't seen the hail reports yet, but that's something that may be a damage issue as well. Having had some large hail that looked like it was one of the things that you'll see alongside tornadoes. When there's a tornado, oftentimes there's large hail just to the north and west where the tornado was occurring. Hey, there's a new tornado warning I wanted to pass along here over western Iowa, northwest Iowa. It's this storm now near Manila with a circulation center. And Luke, this came out of the Weather Service in Des Moines. Are they saying confirmed tornado here? Looks like it.
They're saying a storm chaser has actually shared a picture of a tornado just west of Manila.
Wow. So
and that was just 2 minutes ago.
This was the storm just tracked over Manila. This is a new cell that formed, and this was from the cell that was down in Shelby County, north of Harlan. But right here now, north of Manila, is this couplet where we've got an away and toward right next to each other. And then this is what remains of earlier, the tornado that came through Tennant and just northwest of Harlan. It's up here in northeast Crawford County. It doesn't look as good, but we continue to look at the potential for damage and debris in the air, and it's possible that that's what this is right here. It certainly fits the area where there would have been this possible tornado, or if there's somebody chasing it, or it's in a spot right there where it looks like the couplet is pretty impressive there. It's kind of embedded in this line of thunderstorms, so not often where you'd look, but there's still enough shear in the atmosphere where that possibly could get going. This must be a new tornado warning down here in Shelby County, Iowa, too. Yeah, that goes till 7:45. That must be a radar indicated one from the Omaha National Weather Service. It doesn't look as impressive, but that's this. We talked about these storms, trying to do cleanup work, and it's right there. Now a new severe thunderstorm warning here from central Pottawatomie County up in toward Harlan. And Rob, you were just asking about hail. This, maybe winds up producing some hail here in Harlan too, but that stuff is all, kind of gone out of the Omaha metro. And again, now Creston, Iowa, looking like they're right in the path of a storm that has some strong rotation on it. You see this right here. This is red away, and if I just put it in the storm relative velocity, you can see it right here. So that's going to be close, very near Creston or just northwest of Creston. A tornado warning on that, not a confirmed tornado. The cell to the south appears to have moved a little farther northeast, but there's definitely a couplet right here too where that's a red away, and then this neutral or color, if I look at it in storm relative velocity here, there may be an area of rotation here, and also this one very near Creston. So two storms crossing kind of out of our Channel 7 viewing area. This one now gone, confirmed tornado just about into Creston, Iowa. Luke, see if you can find goes till 7:45. That's, again, Des Moines Weather Service. Yep. What are they saying about that one?
They just got a train spotter report 2 miles west-southwest of Creston in Union, Iowa. A tornado on the ground heading to the northeast.
Ouch. So Creston is a pretty, again, substantial community over here where there are a lot of homes. You see this right through here. So we hope that this will miss, but it is close. It's really, really close coming into Creston. So confirmed tornado heading in toward Creston right now. And again, we know that we got people that watch our coverage there. And there's the really good look at the away and the toward. Let's see what we've got here for the colors here. That is away at 58, inbound at 34, and that's a fair ways out. So please, Creston, Iowa, we've been telling you for the last half hour, it's headed your way. It is just barely now west of Creston, Iowa. Wider view, again, you got some big storms there that still potentially could be rotators, could tend to spin over here, but especially this one over Creston. And then the one just to the south. And then up here, just to the northeast of Harlan now, possible tornado. And then confirmed tornado. It does look like this one is weakened a little bit farther up here into northeastern Crawford County. But this still looks pretty impressive here north of Manila. It's funny because it's not tracking on the same path as these other ones did, a little more north. I guess it's not just following the box that they drew, but it is sort of embedded right in through here. Doesn't look like much here, but spotter saying there's a tornado there, and then the other one that had tracked farther up into Overvale, but now farther north and east. And that, again, that was the storm that started down in northwest Mills County. And to give you a perspective on where that was, that storm went from right here, just north of Glenwood, through Pottawatomie County here, just east of Underwood, looked like it hit Minden, hit Tennant, Iowa, and then tracked between Harlan and Defiance, and now is all the way up here. So that's one tornado, we think, all the way on the ground that whole way. Others, lasted a long time, the cell that developed around Lincoln, but it's really impressive stuff when you get long track tornadoes like those right in and around the Omaha metro and also into the viewing area. So still some things to watch here over western Iowa, a number of counties with tornado warnings. That's, Luke, a new tornado warning, Pottawatomie into Shelby.
Let me take a look. Yes.
Wow.
Yes, and that is, they're saying there's 1-inch size hail in there until 8 p.m., that tornado warning, and it's just radar indicated rotation, but they're seeing quarter size hail as well.
And this is right here that we're seeing the rotation. I don't even see it look that great here. That's our live radar, so it's already over here. And let's see if there's any correlation coefficient. It doesn't look great, but certainly a core of a storm, and I just think that based on what's been happening today here, they're worried that that's going to spin up pretty quickly into another tornado. So tornado warning here, this eastern part of Pottawatomie County will include Avoca, Walnut, and the warning actually goes up into Shelby County here. Again, not a confirmed tornado, but one they're watching. And then these are the confirmed tornadoes here. I'm not sure if this one is still going on here into northeast Crawford County, but that's where it would be. This looks pretty good still, having gone through Manila, and now is this area right here, but I don't see that there's any debris. If there was, it would be blue on this scale and not sort of up in the air from that one. But, again, new tornado warning here, Pottawatomie County and into southern Shelby County. And then Creston, Iowa, a confirmed tornado where it looks like it's just about right over Creston right now. Hopefully, it missed, but we don't know. Creston, again, is kind of out of the area. Luke, you'll just have to monitor Des Moines, see if they've got anything on that. And then the other area that was a circulation down here is a little looser now. Doesn't look like it's red and green right next to each other, but looked like it was in a spot where it could spin. So we had a couple of spots where we had the warnings in effect. All right, so we got some updates on damage and recovery. Rob McCartney?
Yeah, we do, Bill. Excuse me. Yeah, we do. I'm going to show you a picture from Minden, Iowa. We were talking about how that storm pretty much barreled down on it.
Oh.
This is what we're seeing. This is our first images out of that town. We're talking to a person, one of the residents there, who says it is the worst he's ever seen, and they have seen some stuff in Minden, Iowa.
Yeah.
And so you're just getting an idea of the shredding of the trees, the damage to the houses. We have crews there. We're going to be getting much more from them as we progress. Also in Iowa, we got an email from someone who said that the maximum wind gust near Honey Creek was 111 miles an hour.
Wow.
Before their weather sensor disintegrated. So to kind of give you just that. In Bennington, this notice just went out to citizens there. It's for an emergency command center. Basically, they're setting one up at City Hall, which is at 156 and Warehouse Road. And also Three Timbers Church Ministry Center, we told you about that earlier, as well as St. John's Church. They have their doors open. They're ready to accept anyone who's in need of assistance or who may need shelter. And they stress we are here for you is what the city of Bennington is telling the people there, because that was also directly in the line of fire, Bill.
Rob, I mean, I agree. You know, the Minden, Iowa storm, I mean, it looked like it just went right over there. And that storm, you know, we had pictures of it, and of course it was through the rain, so it was hard to see in Minden, but it looked like it went right over the town. That same storm went right over a tenant. Now they're not huge communities, but I mean, there are a number of homes in there, and I'm very fearful that probably what happened in Minden happened in Tenant, and then, you know, maybe something else a little farther up. Looked like Manila was kind of in the path, although it didn't show the same kind of debris signature on the radar, but you know, here, Harlan looked like most of Harlan was missed, but maybe just 1.5 miles west to 1.5 miles north. So anybody that lives probably would call themselves Harlan, but not in the city proper. But anything that was just barely west or north of Harlan was also probably hit. And at that point, it looked like it was probably at least 1/2 mile wide. So there's a wide swath where I'm sure there were some farmsteads and some homes that were hit by that. Current
Bill,
tornado
Bill,
warnings.
real
Yeah,
quick.
Luke, go ahead.
Yeah, at about 7:09 p.m., there's a storm spotter report near the hospital in Creston. They said a tornado with debris.
Oh, man. All right, so this is the one we had been warning on and tracking and saying that, you know, I hoped it would miss Creston, but it was headed right that way. Here's the velocity. Let's look at the correlation coefficient, and I don't know that, you know, it's pretty far out there, so you're probably not going to get a good view of it. Perhaps, you know, this was debris, but we don't know. However, it sure looked like the circulation center was going right over Creston, and in all likelihood did. So tornado warning continues there for Union County. The storm right about over Creston right now, and you know, we're still watching these cells here because that one's confirmed tornado. These are still some pretty big thunderstorms here. This is not one of our counties. This is Taylor County. We're getting out here, but this could still spin as well as the storm down here around Maryville. So I know that they're not at the moment, and that's why the Weather Service in Omaha put these new warnings out. Any updates on the Pottawatomie County here or Shelby County in Iowa there? The velocity signatures don't look great.
Let's see. I have, well, for Shelby County, it says, well, the tornado warning still continues until 7:45 p.m. They're saying it's moving northeast at 50 miles per hour, and it's still just radar indicated rotation with quarter-sized hail.
Yeah. Yeah, it's, you know, I'm looking at our velocity here, and I don't see a good couplet in there, and I don't see any kind of a debris signature, and this is the National Weather Service's radar with velocity. There's no couplet there, and you know, but you know, this is a storm that maybe has some hail in it. That's kind of what this is sort of showing here, back up around Harlan and Tennant, some hail, and back here into Pottawatomie County. But still, the way the atmosphere has been today, you tend to certainly, having seen these storms produce tornadoes, anything that looks suspect, you're going to go for it. And here's Avoca, you know, here's this storm. You know, is there any kind of little hook there? Is it turning? Yeah, there's probably some rotation in there, so you just want to keep on watching, and that's why there's this tornado warning that includes Avoca, includes Corley, and even Walnut, even though the storm here is just barely west and north of Avoca. Andrew? Yeah. All right, more damage. We've got Sean McKinnon live out in Elkhorn. Sean, tell us your crossroads, your streets where you're at, and then you know what you've got as far as damage. Sean?
Bill, yeah, we're near 204th and Roberts. We're at the Common Ground Recreation Center just north of Elkhorn High School. The American Red Cross Disaster Relief, go ahead and take a look at this. They're carrying in equipment right now. here at Common Ground, it's going to be an emergency shelter tonight. That's what police and fire have told us. And again, they're carrying supplies right now. We saw teddy bears, like at least 10 teddy bears in this truck to comfort children. There was breakfast bars, there was food, there was water. Omaha police is here as well. So people are going to be able to stay here tonight if their home was damaged, if they lost their home, if they just need a place to stay, whatever the situation might be. We're here at Common Ground Recreation Center, and volunteers and workers are walking back and forth from this truck, unloading it right now. Some folks also showed up just asking how they can help. They said, we don't know where we are. We don't know what we're doing. It's these folks right here in the teal sweater and the gray Chiefs t-shirt. They just showed up wanting to help, so they're going to help carrying supplies right now. And that's Nebraska. That's the community coming together, just willing to support anybody in need. So again, Common Ground, people can stay here tonight. This is an emergency overnight shelter from this tornado damage. Bill.
Sean McKinnon, thanks, out in the Elkhorn area. And, you know, we don't know every area that's been damaged. We have crews out, but I know there are more neighborhoods that have been hit, at least been in the path where our radar showed that there was damage. We're still tracking tornado-warned storms over here in northeast Pottawatomie County, eastern Shelby County. Confirmed tornadoes, at least earlier, here into Crawford County, and the storm is moving into Carroll County, and then also down around Creston. Luke.
Those storms near Creston, so we just got another report, and this was just a couple minutes ago, of a tornado reported to the southwest of Maxburg. So I'm sure that tornado is, as of 2 minutes ago, still on the ground.
Gotcha. So here's Maxburg, and they're probably looking in this direction. You see it here, but we think this went right over Creston, or at least the north side of Creston, where it looked like the velocity couplet went through there, and this is probably it right here, right now. So this, again, tracking up to the northeast. Another storm with some rotation on it that has a tornado warning is this one here that is just to the southeast of Creston. So this one here, spinning, and then this one just to the northeast. Looks like it went through Creston, or the north side of Creston, and we've had reports of damage, and we, again, unfortunately, worry about those folks over into Union County, Iowa. New tornado warning all the way over to Winterset, boy, an area that was hard hit a couple years ago by a devastating tornado. Right now, the tornadoes up here to the north, I don't know if there are any updates, Luke, on the ones up here in Crawford and Carroll County, Iowa. The radar, you know, it's way out there now. Doesn't look as impressive from a couplet standpoint here, but once those warnings came out, they tend to stay with them.
Yeah, the latest report on those was the one I gave you. It's just 6 miles northeast of Creston, where they saw a tornado southwest of Maxburg, they say.
Yeah,
that has been the latest update.
Gotcha. That's the latest update from Des Moines. Nothing new on these cells out here, and it's tough. It gets hilly up there, and it's hard to follow. You know, even if you're trying to chase, because the roads don't necessarily go the same direction the tornadoes are. So this Creston storm looks like it is, you know, past Creston now. Unfortunately, that's going to be something that I imagine the KCCI will have to do damage look at that, or find out what happened in Creston. But it's headed toward them, so they'll be following it. But there's an awful lot of damage to be surveyed, to be discovered, to be cleaned up on across our Channel 7 viewing area here today. And they continue with the warnings up to the north and east of us here. Most of our viewers are in a quieter pattern right here. The storm over here southeast of Harlan doesn't look as impressive here now, just north of Avoca. And again, the velocity signature, not nearly as impressive. That's the velocity. Here is the correlation coefficient where we were earlier showing. That's velocity. That's our correlation coefficient. I know there's blue on here, but it has to be in an area where there's a couplet, where there's an area where there's some toward away. And if that's co-located with this correlation coefficient of blue, that's how we know there's debris from the storm. None of that is in those spots. You know, this is the strongest storm we have here, south of Harlan, north of Avoca, with maybe some hail to possibly 1 inch in diameter, about to cross Highway 59 here in Shelby County, just north of Avoca. and along I-80. Still a tornado warning on that one, but doesn't look like it, at least as far as the radar is concerned. And then these storms look a little more stretched out, what we call linear, where they're kind of lined up and maybe don't have the same look that they did before. Still technically a tornado warning there for eastern Crawford County and western Carroll County in Iowa. I don't know if we have our sun hasn't set yet here in Omaha. Any of the sky cams that we can see here in Omaha, just to get a view kind of how it looks here. You know, if you've been outside and a lot of folks are doing cleanup work, they can keep on going with it now because the sun doesn't set until about 8:15 or so tonight. So there's a nice look with our camera from 27th and Douglas looking off to the southwest, and you can see a little bit of sun in that direction there as well. So quieter now over the Omaha Metro, but the cleanup, just getting started, Rob, unfortunately.
Yeah, you're right, Bill. And we're looking at some of the damage. We're getting more video, more images that are coming in. We want to show you some video we have from Garner. This is the Garner Industries. To give you an idea where that is for folks who drive into Lincoln, and this is the tornado as it was in that area. Garner Industries is right along Cornhusker Highway, Highway 6 on the north side of town. So if you were going to get off the Waverly exit and then head in towards Lincoln, you would go right by Garner Industries. So that's where that tornado made that damage, or had that damage. We know 11 people went to the hospital, St. E's alone, as the storm moved through. A couple went to Bryan as well. We also have from images we want to show you from Minden. We showed you this picture as the storm moved into Iowa. We do know that the town, we had talked to somebody, one of our assignmenters talked with somebody and said basically the town appears to be almost shut off right now from state troopers. They obviously want to try to keep what we call people just looky-loos who show up and just want to see, right? And they're not there to help. So Minden has been just pretty much demolished. That's Bennington Lake. This video showed the damage there. Obviously the house is substantial, but anything that's not brick took a hit. And you see the tree on the right side of the screen there. You can kind of see how it's bent hard from that wind, obviously. And then we were also mentioning the hail. We have some pictures of the hail in North Omaha. Give you just an idea of the size there. They're fortunate they set it up for us. You can see different sizes. Golf ball seems to be about the largest size there. And we know that hail will cause significant damage, shred trees and damage to roofs. And so I imagine the roofing companies will be coming out and checking out. And you want to, if you had hail, you probably want to call your insurance agent, right? You want to make sure to have an idea of what's of what you might be heading for the next few days. And as far as the road ahead, Congressman Don Bacon tells us that he has been in contact with the rest of the congressional delegation. They are going to be working with Governor Jim Pillen to figure out a way to get some kind of emergency federal funds set up for the people who have been impacted by this, to hopefully smooth that road as quickly as possible. The Husker spring game is tomorrow. Bill, I know a lot of people are going to be going to that. That may be impacted by this. Some folks probably aren't going to be going. I would imagine something will be said at the game about this. So a lot of people, a lot of Nebraskans, a lot of Iowans impacted by this hours-long storm. And so we have crews, a number of crews in Minden right now, because that looks like it's just been decimated. We have crews in North Omaha, in northwest Omaha. We're trying to get a sense of the damage. We've had a number of people send video to us. Keep sending us your videos because we want to be able to tell the story as accurately as possible. Bill, let me go back to you.
Rob, absolutely. And I mean, the thing about, we want to show the pictures and let people know where damage has occurred, but we don't want people, as you mentioned, driving around sightseeing for the damage here.
Right.
That's that live look. Let's put the radar up here real quick, if we could. And on the view that we've got here, we still have tornado-warned storms here in western Iowa.
Hey, Bill, and also on those the tornado warning in Crawford, Iowa, the National Weather Service has said it will expire at 7:30. So just a couple more minutes on that one.
Yeah, well, that's good. Again, here in Omaha, partly to mostly cloudy, but there's the look at the radar. So that's this one that Luke is mentioning. The storm's moved out of the area. This one still continues for Carroll County. And the warning there goes until 7:30, so not too far out. And then this one goes until 8 o'clock here, but these storms don't look quite like they did before. So hopefully we're seeing them kind of move out of the area here. Bill Shammert, again, more damage and updates for us around the Elkhorn area.
Downstairs.
Yeah, hey Bill, we're still on the far northwestern edge of Elkhorn. I'm joined now by Jason Sunday. Jason, your home is leveled.
Yeah, it's pretty devastating. It was my wife and I's dream home. We're thankful to be alive. We're very thankful. We saw it coming from the southwest, and when it got a little too close for comfort, we headed downstairs quickly, and we were in the downstairs bathtub, and it's just like the movie said, it was like a freight train, and you knew when the roof was coming off because that was a loud pop and sucking motion. It was pretty scary,
And this is a newer development, right?
Yeah, absolutely. We've been here 1 month. Citadel Homes built this amazing home here. In fact, the owner of Citadel Homes came by. Said, hey, we want the same one back up. But yeah, we've been here 1 month, and this whole division is pretty new, and they're building. You can see there's no houses over here, but yeah, it's tough.
So you've been here for 1 month. You were telling me you saw it form about a quarter mile that way.
Yep.
And then what'd you do after that?
Well, there was that. We could see it form behind it, and then once it hit that house, it obliterated. You can see there's nothing left on the ground, but it was just sticks. It wasn't a formed home. It was the frame was there. Once it hit that, it was time for me to book it downstairs. And once I did that, Emily was already in the bathtub downstairs, and we were both there, and it was over probably in 15-20 seconds, but it was
it like a massive vacuum? I mean, what did it sound like, feel like?
Just like the movie state. It was like just a freight train. The noise was so loud. I'm not too afraid to admit it. I was crying like a baby because it was just the scariest feeling in the world. It was helpless. You're just concerned, my wife was right there, and you're thinking about your daughter over at Elkhorn High, and you're not sure if they got hit. But yeah, it's just thankful we're all okay. I haven't heard of any injuries, but once you kind of pick yourself up, you realize this was your dream home, and it's going to take a lot to pick yourself back up.
Jason, the one last thing I want to ask you about is what you have flying here in the background, and why that's so important.
Yeah, I'm a prior veteran. I am a veteran, prior service, Army 12 years, did a couple tours to Iraq and one to Afghanistan. And I just put it on Facebook. We may have lost our home, but we're Americans. We're proud to be Americans. And if there's one thing, tried and true, you're going to find out that the community really sticks together. And I really love Elkhorn. I really love the community, and we got plenty of support, and we're looking forward to getting on with it.
And you were kind of comparing this to what you saw over there.
Well, I've never been this scared. I've been over there and seen some gnarly things, but you're pretty helpless here, and you have your wife here. Over there you have your battle buddies, and it's another thing, but you have your wife right next to you, and there's nothing you can do. There's no armor, there's no weapons. It's just Mother Nature is taking its wrath, coming right at you.
Jason, I know this is incredibly tough. Thanks so much for spending time with us.
Appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you. Again, on the northwest edge of Elkhorn, near 210th and 4th Street. I'll just have you pan this way. Jason's home isn't the only one decimated. This entire neighborhood is basically leveled. Bill, Rob, I'll send it back to you.
Incredible, Bill. It's just so sobering to see. Those are huge houses, and some under construction, but now many of them leveled or nearly so. Well, some good news is that a lot of our warnings have transitioned to severe thunderstorm warnings here. All the stuff in Crawford County, Carroll County. There's still one tornado warning here, and that's going to be it as far as the tornado warnings right now in the viewing area. This northeast part of Shelby County, and looking at the velocities, they still don't look like there's a huge couplet in here. It's probable that there's been a bit of hail. That's the hail mode of the radar here. But mostly the thunderstorms are kind of moving out, and we don't see the rotation there. So this is the National Weather Service in Des Moines, transitioned all of that stuff to a severe thunderstorm warning. And it's not impossible that something could still spin back up, but we're not seeing it at the moment here as the storms are approaching Carroll and near Manning here. But these are from the National Weather Service in Omaha, and I imagine they're going to let those go fairly quickly here too, as they just don't look as impressive as they once did. This is sort of the edge of where we're sweeping at the moment on our radar, and you see the live look Those cells continue tracking eastward, east of Harlan now. And again, they'll be the last of the tornado warnings that we have in the viewing area to go. The storm that hit Creston still looks very impressive, but that's out of our viewing area. And then this other storm is just south of Creston, so that looks like that, again, kind of moving away from people that would be watching us here in Creston in Union County. There's a new confirmed tornado with this cell that's northeast of Creston there, and that's heading in the direction of Winterset, so going to be a very busy next couple of hours over into Des Moines. But for the rest of our Channel 7 viewing area, things are starting to kind of settle down at least a little bit for the Omaha Metro. Luke, I know you got you working on something else now. Do you, the rain reports, I know you had that up at one point. You may have taken it back down. Is that on Max 1?
Here, I can pull it up real quick.
Give them a second here. There was substantial rainfall with the thunderstorms that came through. Rob mentioned the spring game. It looks okay tomorrow morning. If you put up Max 1, you'll see the rainfall that came down, estimated by the radars here. But Columbus hit hard by heavy rainfall. Fremont, Tacoma, under a swath there. And some of these are just the tracks of the big storms that came through. Some are not, but better than half inch of rain in Omaha, inch 4.4 at the Lincoln Airport, which was underneath just the very heavy part of the storm that eventually produced the tornado. So that's kind of the path that one took. These other ones here in western Iowa haven't been as prolific as far as rainfall, but again, we've seen the tornadoes develop here. So some rain there. It does look like it's going to be dry for the spring game tomorrow morning. We never got to a 7-day forecast or any of that kind of stuff. We'll have news later on tonight where we have that. But there is another possibility of thunderstorms. Luke, I don't know if you've followed this for tomorrow. Did they update the risk area for tomorrow? Anything to include or increase or decrease the chance for us?
I'll take a look at that as well.
Okay.
I have not checked.
If we go back to our Max 2 here on this, great, thank you so much. You can see again, most of our counties are clear of the warnings. It's Creston and northeastward with the possible, with the confirmed tornado. Shelby County, the warning dropped there. These tornado warnings go until 7:45, so about to be let go here, and 8 o'clock here for northeast Shelby County. Otherwise, severe thunderstorm warning up there into Carroll County as that storm continues to work eastward here. So this stuff here, again, one more look at it here, doesn't show anything that looks like it's spinning violently in through here. And this is eastern Shelby County. So imagine that this is going to let go or turn into a severe thunderstorm warning as it moves over into Audubon County. That's the next county over where that'll be issued from Des Moines. Des Moines has responsibility for Audubon County, Carroll County, and Crawford County, and then the Omaha Weather Service office at Valley. We're going to be so busy doing damage surveys. They cover Monona County, Harrison County, Shelby County, Pottawatomie County. That's kind of the dividing line here. At any rate, things are starting to settle down a bit. Luke?
Yeah, Bill, I have the Storm Prediction Center Day 2 outlook for tomorrow afternoon and evening. It's up in Max 1.
Okay, so if you go back to Max 1 here, and I don't know if you want to read off their discussion here, but this we were talking about this. You know, this isn't the only round of thunderstorms we're going to see. There is potential for severe weather again tomorrow, later in the afternoon, and tomorrow evening and night. So that's something that we're going to watch very, very closely. All right, so we'll have that later on this evening. Let's go back to Rob McCartney, kind of wrap things up here. If obviously we get more warnings, that we'll have to break back in, but for the time being, let's go to Rob McCartney.
Yeah, thanks, Bill. We're getting some more comments we want to get on the record here. Governor Jim Pillen has put out a statement. He says, Susanna and I extend our deepest prayers to all those impacted by today's storms. I've ordered that state resources be made available to assist with the emergency response and to support local first responders as they assess the damage. Nebraskans are tough, resilient people, and our neighbors and communities will rally around affected families and businesses to assist them. He says Nebraskans are no strangers to severe weather, and as they have countless times before, Nebraskans will help Nebraskans to rebuild. We told you how that the congressional delegation is working with him to try to get resources released. Excuse me. We also want to show you that picture at Epley Airfield, General Aviation, because we did talk to somebody who said in these buildings there were several planes, including a vintage World War II plane, were damaged or destroyed. Terry Sedevy, one of our photojournalists, talked with them there. They said the shop employee was in the shop when the tornado went through. They talked about the pilot who lost the World War II plane. The owner of that World War II plane did not want to do an interview on camera because he was too distraught. We're going to hopefully get some pictures and show you those later on tonight. Another plane owner talked about the storm coming through and seeing the shots on our air of the tornado going right past general aviation. So as you can imagine, you mentioned, Bill, earlier that the facilities there, they're basically Quonset huts, right? The hangars aren't much, but the planes that are in them, we're often talking, 6 figures, if not 7 figures in value. So we'll be losing those as well. We have crews spread throughout the area. We also did all hands on deck. We are going to be getting information. We're going to be getting a lot of the video assessed, and we're going to have that for you later on tonight in our coverage on air and online at KETV.com. Right now, we'll go back to regular programming.